Good morning. This is Bob Fisher. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I would like to call this meeting to order, please. Today is Friday, February 19th, year 2021. This is a public hearing for the Air Pollution Control District. We're located at the Imperial County Administration Building, Board Chambers, 940 West Main Street, Suite 211 in El Centro, California, and we started this meeting at 9:01. I would like to have a roll call, please, of the board members.
Hearing board members present, Sergio Cabañas.
Here,
Bob Fisher,
Here.
Vince Signorati. Vince Signorati. Debbie Solis,
Here.
Dr. Siobhan Borchard. Dr. Borchard.
we don't have a quorum.
We have three.
We have three?
Mhm.
Okay, very good. Then I would like to have a roll call of all the people that are going to be giving testimony today. Please state your name so it can go in the record.
Jessica Humes, IID.
Carrie Morrison, the Eco Media Compass.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this is Cliff McFarland for Council for IID. We're providing our case in chief today. Our second witness is still on the stand for cross-examination. That's Jessica Humes. She has identified herself. After that, we're anticipating Brian Schmidt. He may not yet be on the phone. After that, we're anticipating Paul Schaefer, and he may not yet be on the phone. And then finally, we're anticipating Joanna Smith Hoff, and I haven't seen whether Ms. Hoff is on the phone or not, but perhaps she is.
We need
Yeah.
those people. We need those people when they are in the phone call, identify themselves so they can be sworn. Please.
We understand, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody else? I would like to see, here the people from the Imperial County Air Pollution Control District. They will be giving testimony today to identify themselves.
Mr. Chairman, this is Aileen Tabor, oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this is Aileen Tabor representing the Imperial County Air Pollution Control District. None of the air district staff will be testifying today. It's already put on our case in chief.
Okay, thank you very much. Based on that, I would like to do the swearing of the people that will be giving testimony today. Cassie, and pending those people from the IID identify themselves as the meeting continues.
Okay. Do you want me to do roll call for them or just? swear
Yes,
them?
the ones that are present.
Jessica Humes,
Here.
Brian Schmidt,
Here.
Paul Schaefer, Joanna Smith Hoff,
That's it? You want to swear those people that are online, please?
For those of you already on, please raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony and documents you are presenting today before this board are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Thank you very much. Couple things we're going today. We're going trying to continue this thing until about 10:20 this morning and have a 10-minute break. Then we'll resume at 10:30 and stop at 12 noon for lunch, Zoom at 12:30, and continue throughout the afternoon, probably until about 4 or 4:30 this afternoon. Before I open this to the public comments, I want to go in record about an article that appeared in the newspaper the Saturday after the last hearing, where a statement, a very false statement, was made about the members of this hearing board. And the newspaper were stated as employees of the Imperial County Air Pollution Control District in any form or shape. None of the members of this hearing board were employed by the Imperial County Air Pollution Control District. All the members are distinguished members of this community with very different backgrounds. And as a chairman of this board, it's my duty to make very clear to everybody who is being involved and will continue to be involved in this hearing that we are not employees of the Imperial County Air Pollution Control District. Our job is to hear the presentations from both sides and made a fair decision. Once this comes to a conclusion, you guys will see us deliberate in the open. Throughout the years that I've been sitting in this hearing board, we have heard both sides, and in many occasions, we have not followed what Imperial County Air Pollution Control District guidelines or observations to this hearing board. So please, for those people who go out in the public and make assessments and articles or inform the public on things that are totally false, please, we are discussing a very serious matter that involves the whole Imperial County. This is the second time I had to go in the public. One was the first one to defend myself for accusations that were false. And this time I'm defending the whole hearing board. Once more, please, we're not employees. We're citizens of this county and we want the best for everybody in this county. So I want that to be very clear. And please, next time something is going to be put out in the public, make sure it's an accurate and fair statement. Thank you. Now I would like to open and see any other members of the hearing board would like to add to this. Bob?
Mr. Chairman, this is Bob Fisher.
Yes, sir.
And regarding that article that came out in the paper, I would like to point out that the IID is not doing itself any favors by slandering the board members, calling us a kangaroo court. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Mr. Salas?
I agree with what Dr. Fisher said also.
Thank you. Vincent Murati, did you join? Because Vince is not in the thing. I've said so that let's move on and let's go to open to public comments. Please identify yourself if you're going to make a public comment. Anybody from the public?
Yes. I'd like to make a comment, please.
Okay, are you being sworn?
Yes, thank you.
You want to swear?
Yes, but does he choose to be sworn?
Do you choose to be sworn?
I'm happy to swear in again.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony and documents you are presenting today before this board are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
We have a good amount of background noise. Let's please mute if we're not speaking or replying. Thank you. Thank you for the ability to share as the public. My name is Kerry Morrison. I'm the director of the Eco Media Compass and the former mayor of the West Shore Salton Sea of worked with many of you over the years. It's good to see a lot of familiar names and faces out there. It's been a wild year, and we're still here. Do you remember first going to the beach as a child? The waves lapping up on the shore, the birds flying by, the fish jumping, children laughing and playing. For just a quick moment in this day, let's remember the joy and the wonder, the buzzing of incredible life. We all came here today ultimately to argue over whether the agencies who went in together to let something live at the Salton Sea should actually have to do that. I came here to encourage you to listen to your hearts, to not judge each day by the harvest we reap, but by the seeds that we plant. I've seen a place so alive and biodiverse get noticeably quieter each year. California's destroyed over 90% of its wetland habitat. And since 1970, we've lost over 30% of North America's birds. Our neighbors, friends, and my family are coughing a lot. The absolute most effective way to keep dust down is to keep it wet. And many of you, and certainly the agencies you work for and with, promise to do just that. The highly celebrated groundbreaking for the Red Hill Bay Wetland Project has been one of the biggest promises ever in the region. It was and still is shovel ready, backed by millions of dollars in public funding, thousands of hours of work, and countless public statements of affirmation made by our leadership. It's been a rare, promising conversation at the dinner tables of so many people that live here. Red Hill Bay is still one of the furthest along few wetland habitats of California's largest lake, and a grand symbol of hope and precedence for how we either heal or destroy this landscape. Friends, colleagues, these are the actions we are being remembered for. It doesn't matter anymore if this rendition of the Salton Sea is somewhere naturally wild and untouched, or a place managed by man and woman. It's about all we've got left. If we aren't working towards life, what's the point? Geothermal is great, and we all know it won't take 500 acres to let Cal Energy and IID get the resources they need to provide power to us. Let's figure out a bit of lease paperwork or sell the land and let the wetland building people do what they do best. Because this, right here, this is our future. You still have the chance to be a hero, and we want to stand with you hand in hand on the life side of history. Thank you. We also put forth a petition that was included in the document submitted with 3 quick points. We're asking that any dust control measures applied to the Red Hill Bay project footprint shall not obstruct or make infeasible the eventual completion of the project as planned. Require that any dust control measures applied to Red Hill Bay shall meet already EPA approved BACM for PM10 dust, and deny the proposal by IID to apply surface roughening, vegetated or desiccated, to the Red Hill Bay Restoration Project footprint area. And in the last week or so, since we put this petition out to the public, 903 people in your community have signed this petition. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak, and I encourage you to live for our children and make these decisions something that we want to live next to. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your presentation.
My
Anybody else from the public, do you wish to speak?
Yes, Tom Sefton, also.
Sorry, we lost you in there.
With board president of coming together, and I'm sorry certain agencies have put out the resident of Imperial County. I appreciate the work that the hearing board is doing to fairly hear this issue.
I'm terribly sorry to hear that we're losing your
Sorry, I
signal.
lost connection for a moment, but we've got over 900 signatures supporting that position that Mr. Morrison just put forward. and a lot of them are Imperial County residents. And we'd also like to suggest that it would be in the best interests of all if the Imperial Irrigation District would simply provide either a 25-year or longer lease to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, or outright sell the Red Hill Bay project area to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and let them use the $3.3+ million available in state funds to just apply water to the project, turn it into the wetland it was supposed to be, and there would be no dust. That would eliminate the dust. You wouldn't have to mitigate dust for however many decades to come. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else from the public?
Yes, Jordan Sisson.
Go ahead.
Good morning, honorable board members. My name is Jordan Sisson, speaking on behalf of Comité Cívico de Leal. We provided comments prior hearings, and we would just like to kind of focus on two things to highlight for the board as you make your deliberations and consideration for the order today. First, it really cannot be stressed enough how important properly approved backup at the site is needed here. You've heard ample testimony already from your own staff that very clearly shows that the type of backup that is contemplated under the rules gets you 99 to 100% efficacy. Before you, there's been no evidence that this irrigated furrow that could spur vegetation, there's simply not the evidence to show that you will receive this level of efficacy. That is really important. That's what's required under the SIP. That is what's needed to avoid the backsliding provisions under the SIP. You've heard ample testimony from your own staff who has the expertise in this matter. Moreover, none of the proposed irrigated furrows is backup under the rules. It has not received APCD or EPA approval. With the plain language, there's a violation. There's been some testimony that the project or this order for shallow flooding would be inconsistent with leaseholds and would be impractical. Based off the testimony that I've reviewed, this really comes down to kind of conclusory claims. We don't see the evidence or a document from any of the leaseholders, such as Kalamazoo County, opposing this project and saying that this project is not feasible, or the order is not feasible, or the Red Hill project and the shallow flooding is not feasible. So again, I think it's really important before you act, what is the evidence before you? My second point is that here, APCD staff, not the irrigation district, has the deference to interpret its own rules. The courts have been very clear that when the staff of the agency who adopts the rules and implements the rules and is enforcing the rules on a regular basis, that is the agency that's given deference. And you've continually heard the same narrative from your staff that they're not implementing backup. There's a violation, and that the most expeditious way to get back to backup and into compliance is through the proposed order. My client, Comité, is in complete agreement with staff. And we simply urge you to listen to your staff. I think they presented a very detailed and reasoned analysis. It's more than substantial evidence. My third and last point is a little more on CEQA, and I'll be very brief. Under CEQA, when there is a mitigated negative declaration or an EIR that contemplates a project, and that project is changed significantly, that requires additional analysis. So too, under CEQA, when there is a mitigation measure that is required to avoid significant impacts, and that mitigation measure is removed, that too requires substantial evidence to make that justification. Here, you have the QSA that explicitly relied on the mitigation that this body would enforce its rules in compliance with the SIP. That was a specific mitigation measure. What IID is asking is for you to ignore your rules, to ignore staff, to say that they can decide what is adequate backup, regardless of what evidence is before you. That runs afoul of CEQA. Moreover, on the MND, the project was clearly a shallow water habitat, very consistent with the proposed order that you have before you. Both the MND and the negative declaration adopted in 2018 and 2015 respectively, both acknowledge significant air impacts if there was no project to go forward, which is largely flooding, is to cover the playa with water. Now they're proposing not to do that. That is a substantial change that requires additional analysis. And both a change in a project and a removal of mitigation is a violation every day that occurs. There is no statute of limitations on that, so long as they're in violation of a mitigation measure and or a significant project change. So in closing, I want to thank you for your very concerted effort here. I know it's been 3 meetings, all parties really appreciate the time and energy that it takes to consider these items. But simply, both the evidence before you, your staff, all points to a clear violation that requires an abatement order. I'll submit with that, and I wish you the very best in your decision and deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else from the public? Nobody else from the public who would like to make a comment before we move on? Okay, I've been told a board member is trying to reach this meeting. They're going to be sending him the link. And this is board member Vince Ignorati. And hope he will be joining us here shortly. In the meantime, moving forward, this is a petition of the Imperial County Air Pollution Control Officer for an order of abatement for the Imperial Irrigation District for violations of air district rules and regulations. The purpose of this hearing is to consider the issuance of a order of abatement or stipulated order of abatement to the Imperial County Irrigation District, IID, to establish requirements for IID to comply with Air District Rules 401, 801, and 804 at the Red Hill Bay Restoration Project site located on the shores of the Salton Sea. All documents are being available and distributed to the parties that were or they are involved in this hearing. At this point, we're going to return to where we left on the last meeting of January.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Aileen Tabor, and we had Jessica Humes, her cross-examination. So the first thing I'd like to do is to have Exhibit 68 put up. Exhibit 68 is a video. It is videos of different public meetings. So these videos are publicly available. So if we could go ahead and show that, that would be great.
Go ahead. Is there any sound in these videos?
Yes, there is. Yes, there is sound to this video. I'm hoping we could make it the full screen.
County, which was very, one from,
Start at the beginning.
Screen shared.
Okay, I have a quick question, and it came to my attention that this is the hottest.
good afternoon, Bruce Wilcox with ID. Pardon me. What you have before you is the final action on a negative declaration and findings for Red Hill Bays. It's a project we partnered on with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The comment period closed a couple of weeks ago. We did go to Calipatria and present to their to the city council. They were very receptive.
Mr. Chairman?
Letters back, one from the county, which was very supportive.
Yes, sir.
From
Could we pause for just one moment?
State Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Yes. Why is the reason of that?
My understanding of the where we're at in the process is that Ms. Humes, who is our witness, was examined, and now there's a cross-examination taking place. And I'm unsure as to what procedure is being employed right now. The procedure that should be being employed is that counsel for the Air District should be asking questions to the witness. And I'm not sure that there's a question pending. And what it appears is happening is that the Air District is shifting over to putting back on its case in chief, but that's been concluded. So if we could get some explanation as to what's transpiring, I'd be able to make my objection a little bit more particular. But as it currently stands, I'm objecting on grounds that the Air District is putting on a case in chief and not conducting a cross-examination, and that video is being played, but there is no pending question to the witness, Ms. Humes.
Can county council answer that, please?
Yes, this is Aileen Tabor representing Imperial County Air Pollution Control District. And this video is like any other piece of evidence, a document that might be looked at. And so what we're doing here is playing a video. And after that video, I'm going to be asking Ms. Humes questions about things in the video. So just as earlier on, both Mr. McFarland and myself would put up for a witness a document and then ask them questions about the document, this is the very same thing.
Thank you. Mr. McFarland?
Excuse me, would it be possible for Miss Tabor to get closer to a microphone? I'm having a hard time hearing her.
All right, I'm going to continue my objection then on the grounds that there should be a question pending to the witness. If counsel wants to ask the witness a question, ask the witness whether she's familiar with the video, and get some type of a question asked so that there's a question pending. Otherwise, this appears to be, just as counsel said, playing a video out of context that it more closely resembles putting on a case in chief than it does cross-examining a witness. Further, I'm going to object on grounds and not having seen the video, we'll see how it plays out. But the scope of cross-examination has to be limited to the scope of direct, and it's impossible to judge in advance seeing a video. So I'll make that as a protective objection that anything shown in the video and questions that go beyond the scope of the direct examination, of course, are impermissible, and I'll object on that ground as well.
Thank you very much. Is it possible the county council can bring the witness and start some questioning, and as we move along, maybe bring some of these videos as a part of their testimony?
Yes, I can do that. Just a clarification on the Air District's rules and procedures for cross-examination. In this environment, the rules and procedures provide that cross-examination is not strictly limited to the issues that were raised under direct examination. So just a clarification.
Thank you very much.
Board and Mr. McFarland.
So can you start the questioning and bring the witness, please?
Yes.
I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it.
Ms. Humes, is it true that IID started the Red Hill Bay project in 2015, and as of today's date, the project has not been constructed?
Sorry, could you repeat the last part of your question?
Sure. So the last part of the question was, and the Red Hill Bay project has not been constructed.
Yeah, I'm going to object. Assumes facts, not in evidence. It's not IID's project. It's Fish and Wildlife's project, and all the evidence supports that.
Okay, this is why I need the video, because the video will make it very clear about whose project it is. So I'm going to request that I can now show Exhibit 68, which is our video.
You could ask you could also ask a non-argumentative question to get your point across.
Okay, can you go ahead with the video, please?
Yes, I will allow the video to be presented.
Yeah. Can we restart this with
The comment period closed a couple of weeks ago. We did go to Calipatria and present to their.
Katie, can you restart this with the sound?
Tax with ID. Pardon me. What you have before you is the final action on a negative declaration and findings for Red Hill Bay. That's a project we partnered on with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The comment period closed a couple of weeks ago. We did go to Calipatria and present to the city council. They were very receptive. We got 2 comment letters back, one from the county, which was very supportive, one from Department of Fish and Wildlife, State Department of Fish and Wildlife, that had some issues that they wanted to have us deal with in the permit portion of the project. Has no effect on the negative declaration. So we would ask for your action today to approve that so we can finalize that, so that we have another grant application and we need the CEQA documentation finalized in order to get that grant application.
Is there any discussion or comments?
I'll make the motion to approve, please.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a quick question, and it came to my attention that this is the hottest geothermal zone, and IID is the property owner. Is that correct?
IID is the property owner. Part of it is leased to U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and the rest of it isn't leased to anyone. I think at this point, Cal Energy holds the underground lease. I think that comes up pretty soon, but Cal Energy's been a partner in this, and they'll be built so that there's 2 set-asides where they can put wellheads or well drilling rigs and drill in under the bay to get to geothermal if they decide to develop that. In a lot of ways, this project is a proof of concept for the Salton Sea Restoration Renewable Energy Initiative.
Okay, so that this would allow geothermal development within that area and it wouldn't preclude it in any way?
The only way it would preclude it, and it's already precluded because the lease with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Sonny Bono precludes surface entry. So you wouldn't be allowed surface entry in the habitat areas, but we're designing it such that there are set-asides around the habitat areas so they could put it well rigged there and drill in under it. So they say they can drill in underneath about 1/4 mile. So it's set up so that they could do that.
As the guys that used to steal oil from the neighbors, called slant drilling.
Well, I guess I would just ask that you work with the geothermal companies, because I'm kind of surprised you didn't comment on this. They probably feel that their comments might have already been addressed.
They did. We met with them several times. Cal Energy has been really great on this project. They could have said no, but they didn't. They worked closely with us. We adjusted the design a couple of times. And the last meeting we had with them, they were very satisfied.
Okay, very good. Any public comment on this?
Mr. Chairman, if I might.
Ask for your vote.
Go ahead, sir.
The witness has lost her audio and video link, and so she's not seeing the video.
Kevin spoke to this morning. But I
If you
do
can
want
pause
to
the video, Katie.
watch when I was here.
No, I beg your pardon.
Thank you.
Mr. McFarland, I'm back.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome.
No, but they didn't. They worked closely with us. We adjusted the design a couple of times. And the last meeting we had with them, they were very satisfied.
Okay, very good. Any public comment on this? Seeing none, ask for your vote.
I'm CEO for the County of Imperial, and I want to thank you for this opportunity here to speak today. I'm not going to take much of the time. I'm not going to repeat what Kevin had indicated or what Kevin had spoke to this morning, but I do want to remind this board, back in March when I was here, I spoke to this board about the impacts that the exposed ply would have on the community, on the people, on the County of Imperial. At that time, we spoke a little bit about the public health impacts. As you probably remember, we had about 8 or 10 people come up here and talk about public health, the impact that lack of action would have at the sea. We also spoke a little bit about our agricultural community down there and how our $2 billion agricultural economy would be impacted tremendously by lack of action, by exposed plaza, by the mist of dust. It's been nearly 6 months, and quite frankly, I'll be honest with you, not much has been done. And without some clear and meaningful oversight of a plan, any plan, and some firm timelines, enforceable timelines. And if that's not done very soon, any plan out there would be difficult. Yeah, it would be difficult for any plan to have success. We need to move now. We're 6 months closer to that deadline. And as Mr. Kelly indicated, that we are seeing more exposed ply out there for whatever reason it's happening. We call upon this board right now to take some action and move forward. Without that, the County of Imperial and its Air Pollution Control District will be left to enforce its air quality rules, regulations on each and every landowner in that area. It's not going to be good. We don't want to be put in that situation. We're good at it. We've done it. We have a very capable APCO down there, and we work very hard at our enforcing air quality rules. We're aggressive. We're aggressive in every respect because we have to be. Our PM10 right now, and since 2003, we've had to have a SIP plan put in place to deal with our, we were in non-attainment for PM10. So we do it. We're very aggressive down there. It's very important for us to enforce air quality rules down there. We don't want to have to do that now. With your help, and this board can take action, with your help, we can avoid that.
Thank you.
The next year, we signed a historic MOU with the county. Once I got on the board, we settled lawsuits related to the QSA, and we had one common goal: developing a realistic salt sea restoration plan. Much has happened since that signing of the MOU. Although there's still much work to be done, it feels like we're finally making some progress. And I want to thank you all for being here today. There's been at least 3 ceremonies that I've attended here, and I hope to attend many more. And maybe someday the county will pitch in and fill us a convention center up. Inside joke. For those who call Imperial or Coachella Valley home, groundbreaking today is important because it's a first step in realistic restoration. It's the first step at Red Hill Bay because it's significant. It brings together partnerships, federal, state, local, and I applaud all of you that made the efforts to get here today, especially Jennifer. Thank you. There's been several times when she was scheduled to come and either the plane didn't make it or the weather, but this time she had no excuse. I understand yesterday the tent blew away, so there were forces at work, but we still managed to show up. You heard earlier the salt and sea water will be used in this project. It will be a blend of salt and sea water, having a saline habitat along with the Alamo River, which many of you saw on the way in. That is agricultural return flows. Once built, this project will be closely monitored along with the IID and other federal and state staff, and really will guide us in the future for projects here at the IID. This is a critical first step project. So I just want to say thank you on behalf of the IID. We are a proud partner in this project. The staff that are here today are very dedicated to it. We have many here, and I won't name them all, but I want to say thank you, Bruce. You kicked off this project along with other IID staff on the startup side of it when you were at the IID. And now I want to introduce Graham Donaldson, who's hiding in the back somewhere. He is now heading up the IID's efforts at the Salt and Sea City.
Good afternoon, President Galindo, members of the board. I bring to you the Master Work Agreement proposal for Red Hill Bay.
Chair, if I might.
Working through this project for a period now.
For a minute, yes, Mr. McFarland.
Yes, I'd like to renew my objection that I started with. This is now the 4th video clip that we're watching. None of the speakers have been identified. No context has been provided, and the witness hasn't been asked a single question with regard to any of these videos. And so, to me, having now started on the 4th video with no questions to the witness, I'm going to renew my objection that this isn't a cross-examination. This is the Air District putting on a part of its case in chief during IID's case in chief, and in fact, during a cross-examination of one of our witnesses. If counsel wants to ask the witness questions with regard to the testimony she provided, that would be permissible. But what's transpiring here is not permissible.
Duly noted. County Counsel, can you please stop in here with the videos and ask questions to the witness, or rephrase the question you asked earlier?
I would respectfully request that the board deny Mr. McFarland's objection. And the reason is that this is telling a story, and I'm going to be asking questions about it. And if I have to stop the video each time and ask questions about that video, it's going to take forever. What I would like is for the video to play. Mr. McFarland's already made his objections on the record at least 3 times now. And if you would please let this video finish so that I may ask my questions of the witness.
How many more videos we have to see here?
I don't know exactly how many videos this comprises, but they're all public record. And it's really important that they be able to play in sequence. This is in sequence. And then I'm going to be asking questions at the end regarding this.
Okay, Mr. McFarland, I will take in consideration your objection. I will allow some videos to play, and based on the questioning, I will make a decision later on in this hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. The one thing that counsel said that I think was the most telling is that she said she was going to play an unknown number of videos. We're already at the 20-minute mark. To, quote, tell a story. But that's what's objectionable. The Air District is, by its own admission now, trying to tell a story during the respondent's case in chief. The time to tell a story is in the party's case in chief, but the Air District has rested. The typical manner of proceeding in a cross-examination is to show a document, provide the foundation and background, ask the witness whether she has seen or understands the document, and then ask questions with respect to the document. I understand that videos in the current day and age are an allowable substitution for a paper document. But we've now been through 3 documents and no questions have been asked about them. The witness hasn't been asked whether she recognizes anything, knows the speakers, understands the context. And so it is inappropriate. This is not a cross-examination.
I am going to be asking questions. I am going to be asking this witness about the individual people that are testifying. You've wasted a lot of time and we're trying to get through this today. I would just ask that the video continue to be able to be played, and then I will ask all my questions.
Okay, I will allow the videos to continue to play. Mr. McFarland, I will take in consideration your objections, and as I mentioned before, based on the answers given by the witness, I will either allow or scratch this testimony into the record.
Thank you for consideration, Mr. Chairman.
It started off quite a while ago, and I'll get into that in a second. Basically, 420 acres of shallow habitat, basically for shorebirds, nesting birds, and basically birds within that range. It's a partnership between U.S. Fish and Wildlife, the Sonny Bono Wildlife Conservation Board, and Imperial Irrigation District to create shallow water habitat in the area of exposed and dried playa, and also along with basically decreasing the fugitive dust during wind events. The agreement first was put in place in August 2010, basically had initial sunset date of August 2015, and has been extended to August 1st, 2016. So fully permitted, ready for design. This first phase of the project, of which the master work agreement applies, is in regards to the engineering, the design for the saline intake, Alamo River pumping station, irrigation structures, the mixing station, and the electrification stroke power for the project. Also on top of that, we will get cost estimations for each component of the project and the overall project cost, and along with the burn rate through the construction period. Also on top of that, we will get the project timeline from commencement of construction all the way through to completion and operation. Project timeline just now is fairly tight because we did not get an extension to the agreement with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife. It still has a sunset date of August 1st, 2016. But having said that, we have the ability to get this initial phase 1 done and completed and meet the timeline. So from there, we can use this first master work agreement details and work on towards the construction RFP with the intent of being in construction before the end of the year. Project financials. This project is basically 100% covered under the cooperative agreement with U.S. Fish and Wildlife. And albeit that IID would initially lay out the monies, that is fully cost recoverable. And also it is within the 2016 IID budget under the transfer O&M mitigation, J6, to the value of $1.8 million. Basically, the staff recommendation is that as well as bringing it to the board for information, that it be approved today so we can actually move forward with the design and engineering of the project in order to meet the deadline of August 1st, 2016 and then allow us to work towards the construction RFP.
Do I have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Do I have a second?
Oh,
I have a motion and a second. Did you have a question, Director?
yeah, Graham,
Yes.
Graham, you're relatively new here at the IID, and you've been a welcome addition. Picking up the progress on these projects around the Salton Sea and other activities. This is a legacy project that was worked on before by Bruce Wilcox when he was here.
Yes, it initially started in basically August 2010.
And is this the first project that you brought to the board for an MWA?
Yes, it is.
And Graham, on page 110, it talks about some financial expenditures in the year 2015 and 2016. And we're in 2016, and we got our backs up against the wall on this project. But is that a fairly accurate number on the engineering, design, and cost for 2016 of 191,483?
Yes, it is.
And have we expended all that already? Or are we?
No, nothing has been spent until we have board approval. The intent is to basically utilize those monies for the design and engineering of the project. And again, that's fully recoverable under the agreement we have with U.S. Fish and Wildlife.
Okay, and then for 2015, there's $12,545 for project management. So that has been spent.
That has been spent. That was basically spent, as I say, last year in terms of IID labor costs. That only came to light recently when we started putting this project together.
So that was with board approval?
I don't believe it was because there's no MWA. There was no agreement to spend those monies.
Thank you. Thank you, Graham. Right?
There was no budget or allowance. Those monies were spent. What I'm basically doing is consolidating that and making sure that they are covered under the master work agreement, and also to make sure that we track the costs very closely and come within budget.
Yeah, thank you for clearing that up. Will those be recoverable?
I'm sorry?
Will we be able to submit those costs there?
We will have full 100% cost recovery. The other component about this project is typically with these grant projects, you wait until the end of the project and then submit your invoicing. Now that can be fairly high in terms of costs. The intent here is that we will make progress invoices to the state and be billed in a more timely manner as opposed to waiting till the end of the period, then invoice.
Well, this is the first of many projects at the Salton Sea, Graham, and your first voyage also for MWA. So good luck. We look forward to working with you in the future.
I look forward to bringing back many more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any further comments?
I got a question.
Director Hanks?
How many bids did we receive on this?
How many what?
Bids?
How many?
Bids.
Yeah, engineering bids.
We had 3 bids on this time. There was a prior bid process that took place in August 2015. I think there was 3 bids that time. The cost came in over $210,000. And basically when picked up the project, we looked at those bids that were high. And also from the standpoint, the conditions have changed at Red Hill Bay, so we rebid. And again, there was 3 bidders came in.
Is this the lowest bid?
There were 2 bids were very close to each other, and we took one of those bids after evaluation, yes.
So, but is this the lowest?
No, it wasn't quite the lowest.
Okay.
Is this the lowest best bid?
I'm sorry?
Is this what they call the lowest best bid?
It was a selective RFP, so we had the ability to look at who gave the best value for the project within the timeline.
Any other questions, Director Hanks?
Were they all local bidders?
Yes.
May I ask what the difference was between this envelope? Or no, you know what? Maybe that's confidential.
In dollar amount, you mean?
Well, yeah, but that may be.
Let's just say there was a full evaluation team put together, and we basically went through a ranking process and came up with the optimum bidder for the project.
Are there any other questions? Director Hanks, you're done?
No.
No. He said he wasn't done.
Are you not done, or you are done?
Oh, I'm done.
Oh, I said, are you done? And you said, no. I beg your pardon.
I haven't
Okay.
voted yet.
Okay, Director Hanks is almost done. Will you please vote? You have 4 yes, and Director Hanks voted no. Thank you, Graham.
Thank you very much.
Board members and Chairman Marcus, I appreciate the time here today. I'm here on behalf of the County of Imperial as the CEO. I offer the following in regards to the report on Solid Sea projects. Well, I truly appreciate the efforts made in the development of that report, including those efforts of the Natural Resources Agency and other stakeholders. Quite frankly, the project implementation dates reported simply do not meet expectations. I sat earlier today reviewing some of my notes from past meetings and began thinking about the Solid Sea Task Force agency actions document released last October. One of the task force actions asked the Natural Resources Agency to accelerate project implementation and delivery. As Assistant Secretary Bruce Wilcox stated earlier today, we need to get something done now. That's a direct quote. We couldn't agree more. The county couldn't agree more. Unfortunately, we don't see it here in this report. Although perhaps defined as shovel-ready, the projects failed to meet the C's immediate needs. The report identifies the earliest project construction start date as the last quarter of 2016. And that's the Red Hill Bay project that only covers 420 acres. The next project is the species conservation habitat phase 1. And that project covers 650 acres. And that has its challenges as is expected to begin construction in the first quarter of 2017. Far behind the reported start date of actually this month, April of 2016. And by the way, these aren't new projects. These projects have been in the pipeline for some time now. And I'm not saying that as a criticism, I'm saying that as an acknowledgement that these projects take time. They really do. And we know that. We still need immediate action at the sea.
Good afternoon, President and board members. Graham Donaldson, Program Manager, Central Sea Initiative, here to give a brief presentation on the Red Hill Bay project, amendment number 1 to project number 100556. There we go. Basically, of April last year, major work authorization was approved by the board in regards to design engineering for the Red Hill Bay project with Dynamic Consulting Engineers. And very early on in the project evaluation, we saw a number of issues, challenges with the project that would compromise the durability and the reliability of the project. So very quickly, we jumped on that as a complete team, Dynamic Consulting Engineers and IID staff. We looked at the project and thought, we're going to have to do something differently here. So what I did was to put 2 little slides together to show you what the project was like originally. And one of the major concerns was in regards to the water feed to the habitat. Originally, it was 420 acres. Shallow water habitat, the deep end of about 3.5 feet and the shallow end of about 1.5 feet. The issue being was as the sea recedes, which is going to be about 0.5 mile every 5 years, the feed of the water, the saline water to the project is via an open feed channel, which by itself is not an issue, but the challenge was that the sea recedes, so that channel would have to be extended and also deepened. And it was just an earthen channel. So that was the major part of the issues that we had with it. And then the second one was in regards to the freshwater feed. There was no filtration of sedimentation. So now we looked at the project and then we had to change it. So within that same time frame, basically May, June, and July, we re-engineered the project to what you see there. It's 100% engineered and designed. And instead of using open channels, it's basically a force main feed. So it allows us for a lot more flexibility in terms of, as the sea recedes, there is a jack-up pump barge that is just offshore. So as the sea recedes, there are additional sections of the pipe, and the power main supplies that, so the barge can be moved out further into the sea to supply the water to the habitat. On top of that, the project, as I say, was 420 acres. When we re-engineered it and looked at the overall acreage, we were able to come up with 530 acres. And then on top of that, you see the outer rim, the shaded color. There's 3 of them. These are 300-foot tolerance bands for geothermal exploration. Cal Energy has the subsurface leases for this area, and we worked with Cal Energy, and we basically came to an agreement that we will provide these accesses so they can actually get to the geothermal resource if and when they develop that region. So having said that, originally the NWA was 219,000. With having to re-engineer the project to the extent that we did, we utilized more IID labor, especially in terms of the surveying work, so we could create and do the full engineering required to make sure that there was no areas that we hadn't covered, to make sure we got the gradients right and the elevations right. Then on top of that, the other one was about 8,000 with regards to the IID energy power supply to the project. So the total came out to 245,000, just shy of 246, of which is covered in the 2016 water transfer mitigation O&M budget, and the remaining 4,000 is budgeted in the 2017 water transfer mitigation O&M budget. Now, approximately 93% of that is covered under grant, which means IID will not be out of pocket. Those are grant monies that we will basically have garnered from the state to support this project. And to date, we've received $193,000 of grant monies to support the Red Hill Bay project. So in summary, I'm basically looking for an administrative amendment to close out the engineering NWA, which is what we call the phase 1, and to pay one final invoice, at which time we will then regroup and towards doing the rest of the work. And hopefully I'll be coming back on a regular basis over the next few months to support the project into construction phase. So with that, the staff is recommending that the board authorize the amendment number 1 to the Red Hill Bay at the next regular board meeting.
Does that conclude your presentation?
That concludes the presentation.
Are there any questions from the board? Any from the audience?
Number 9, resolution adopting the Red Hill Bay Wetlands Restoration Project mitigated negative declaration.
Good afternoon again, Mr. President, members of the board. The Red Hill Bay Wetlands Restoration Project is a United States Fish and Wildlife Service project. IID is partnering with them. This project is for the Sunny Bono Salton Sea Wildlife Refuge. It is to provide wading and shorebird habitat and reduce the dust emitting from exposed playa. This project will mix both Salton saline water and Alamo River water. It's going to involve two shallow ponds that provide that habitat. We brought the draft mitigated negative declaration to you at the end of November for release to the public for the 30-day review period. That review period was from November 22nd to December 22nd. We received comments from Imperial County, Dogger, and the Regional Water Quality Control Board. This final mitigated negative declaration includes those responses to those comments. In general, the comments were very positive, and of course, there's a lot of interest to see this project constructed at the Salton Sea. It will likely be the first real significant project at the Salton Sea. At this point in time, we ask the board to adopt the resolution approving the mitigated negative declaration for the project.
Mr. President, I make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion by Director Coon, second by Director Salas to approve a negative deck. Are there any other comments from the board or questions? Any from the public? If not, please vote.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna.
Stage of the game. I think so. We've seen enough video. So please, we'll stop the videos and start with your line of questioning to
Board
the
of
witness,
Directors,
please.
before you today is amendment number
Sure.
2
Can
to the
we,
major work
stop the
authorization
video,
for the
please?
Red Hill Bay project.
Thank you.
I think so. We have enough evidence so you build in your case.
Okay. So Ms. Humes, do you know, I'm going to go to the first video, which was January 2015. Do you know who is speaking in that video? Do you recognize that person?
Sorry, I'm having a really hard time hearing you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
A little bit better.
Um,
It sounds like you're far away from a microphone.
Hello, hello.
Can you hear me better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and thank you for making sure that you were able to hear the questions. I appreciate it. So I'm going to talk about the first video, which was January of 2015. Do you recognize the individual who is doing the speaking in that video?
I believe the first video had Bruce Wilcox in it.
Yes, and who is Mr. Wilcox?
Bruce Wilcox was the environmental project manager for IID at the time.
And isn't it true that Mr. Wilcox characterized the relationship between IID and Fish and Wildlife Service to construct the Red Hill Bay project as a partnership?
Yes, it was a partnership as a U.S. Fish and Wildlife project and IID as the landowner.
Okay. And so contrary to your earlier testimony, this is not just, the Red Hill Bay project is not strictly a Fish and Wildlife Service project. Isn't that true?
No, the project is a U.S. Fish and Wildlife project. IID is the landowner, and therefore we are a partner as the landowner only.
Okay. Ms. Humes, though, it's been characterized as a partnership between two parties. Is that correct?
Well, yes, but the landowner has to approve the project.
Okay. I'm going to go to the second video, which is September 2015. Do you know who is speaking in that video?
I am not 100% sure.
So it's Mr. Cordova, who is a past CEO of Imperial County. Does that jog your memory?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Cordova, he's expressing concern that there is no enforceable timeline to get mitigation out at the Salton Sea. Isn't that correct?
I would have to rewatch the video. I'm not really sure.
And didn't Mr. Cordova also state that as a last resort, that the Air District would enforce its rules against all landowners?
I don't know. I'd have to rewatch the video.
I'm going to go to the next video, which is November 2015. And can you tell us who is speaking at the groundbreaking ceremony for the Red Hill Bay project?
I believe that is IID Director Steve Benson.
Yes, it is. And he describes the project, the Red Hill Bay project, as being a partnership between IID and Fish and Wildlife Service. Isn't that true?
Yes, as a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service project, and IID is the landowner. It's a partnership.
Okay, but I'm not asking you to define the individual roles. They both have roles, and doesn't that make it a partnership between two parties?
Objection asked and answered.
She did not answer the question that I asked.
Go ahead, Ms. Humes.
He says it is a partnership, correct?
Okay. Let's go to the next video, which is April 4, 2016. And do you recognize who is speaking in that video?
Yes, that is Graham Donaldson, and he worked for IID at the time on Salt and Sea projects.
Okay. And again, he also characterized the relationship between IID and Fish and Wildlife Service as a partnership. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Donaldson also goes on to say that the project is fully permitted at this point in April of 2016. Is that true?
I would have to rewatch the video.
Based on your own knowledge, was the project fully permitted by April of 2016?
I do not know. I did not work on this project in 2016.
But you are responsible for environmental mitigation, including implementing the QSA environmental mitigation at the Salton Sea. Isn't that true?
I am responsible for implementing the QSA environmental mitigation, but the Red Hill Bay project was not included.
So IID does not consider the Red Hill Bay project part of the QSA environmental mitigation?
I mean, you'd have to ask our board members. I don't know. I can answer that for all of IID.
Well, I'm asking your opinion.
No, it was not part of the QSA water transfer in 2016 or our environmental mitigation.
And didn't Mr. Donaldson say that the project, the Red Hill Bay project construction could be completed by the end of 2016?
I would have to watch the video again.
And at this point, Mr. Donaldson also states that the money that IID has expended is 100% recoverable from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
I would have to watch the video again.
Okay. So despite the fact that you are the person at IID who's responsible for implementing the QSA environmental mitigation, you really haven't looked into the history or the background of the Red Hill Bay project. Isn't that true?
I'm going to object. That's an argumentative question.
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. Isn't it true that you know, I'm going to pass on that. I'm going to just go to another question.
Okay, let's move.
And then isn't it true that Mr. Graham in the states and informs the IID board that IID has received 3 bids for the construction of the Red Hill Bay project. And this is in 2016.
Are you referring to the April 12th board meeting?
Yes, I am.
So I'd have to watch it again, but I believe he is bringing the design contract to the board for approval, not construction.
But do you remember him discussing the 3 bids that IID received to construct the Red Hill Bay project?
I would have to watch it again. I don't recall if he was referring to the design or the construction.
And isn't it true that an award for the construction of the Red Hill Bay project has never been awarded?
I believe that is correct.
So I'd like to go to the next video, which is April 19th, 2016, before the State Water Resources Control Board. Do you recognize the individuals that are in this video?
Yes, that would be Mr. Cordova with Imperial County and Mr. Kevin Kelly from IID.
Okay. And again, was it Mr. Cordova telling the State Water Resources Control Board that something needs to be done out at the Salton Sea?
I would have to watch the video again. I don't exactly remember what he said.
And did he also state that the Red Hill Bay project was expected to be completed before the end of 2016?
I would have to watch the video again.
Well, would it be fair to say that in 2016 that the key agencies, IID and U.S. Fish and Wildlife, believed that the Red Hill Bay project could be done before the end of the year 2016?
No, I don't know. I was not in a position to know what was going on in 2016.
Okay, so even though you're the person responsible for implementing the QSA environmental mitigation at the Salton Sea, you really don't have an understanding of what happened in the past with respect to the Red Hill Bay project.
Yeah, I'm going to object to that. You're badgering the witness at this point. You've asked that question several times. Ms. Humes has stated what her job responsibilities were and when she obtained those job responsibilities in time. And to browbeat her because she doesn't remember things that happened before her tenure serves no useful purpose.
Well, I would like to respond if possible.
Go ahead and respond, but
Okay.
I think so. Mr. McFarland has a point.
I have asked this question, but if you remember, you objected and we did not re-ask the question. And really the point here is that as an environmental manager of the QSA mitigation with a project that's, ready to go, it's odd that Ms. Humes doesn't have any recollection of this, of what the background of the project is and the fact that it is ready to go. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah, Ms. Tabor, I'm not sure that that's a fair characterization of what's happening here. If what you're trying to do here is to impugn Ms. Humes as to what she can remember from 5 years ago and what she can't when she's testified that the things you're asking her were outside of her job responsibilities, I do think that's objectionable, and I think you should withdraw the question.
Well, let's let the witness answer this question. Is it outside of your job responsibilities to understand the Red Hill Bay project?
I'm going to object. That's argumentative. You're arguing.
I'm not arguing. I'm asking a question that you suggested that I ask.
I will allow her to answer that question, please.
Could you restate the question?
So the question is the Red Hill Bay project outside of your area of responsibility at IID?
It was outside of my area of responsibility in 2016. Graham Donaldson was the project manager and in charge of Salton Sea projects related to the Red Hill Bay project in 2016.
And at some point, did you work with Mr. Donaldson on the Red Hill Bay project?
No.
Okay. And are you now currently responsible for the Red Hill Bay project?
Right now, I am responsible for participating in the Red Hill Bay notice of violation, yes.
Okay, but I'm asking about the construction of the Red Hill Bay project. Is that within your responsibilities at IID?
No, it is currently not.
Okay, can you tell me who is the individual at IID who is responsible for the Red Hill Bay project? And I'm talking about today.
Objection. Go ahead. I'm going to object. That assumes facts not in evidence. The testimony is that it's not an IID project, so there wouldn't be any such person, but the witness can answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. McFarland.
I don't believe there is any one person at IID who's responsible for the Red Hill Bay project.
Okay. I'm going to go now to September of 2017. And do you know who the individual is that's speaking in this video? There you go.
That is Graham Donaldson.
Okay. And isn't it true that Mr. Donaldson stated that the work that IID had done thus far on the Red Hill Bay project, that 93% of it was going to be refunded?
I would have to watch the video again, but he may have said that.
And that roughly a little more than $17,000 would be paid by IID for the Red Hill Bay project design and engineering.
I'd have to rewatch the video.
But isn't it true that IID has not had to expend sufficient or significant amounts of money to get the Red Hill Bay project to the point it is right now?
I don't know. I would have to go through all of the financials for this project.
Okay. And after September 2017, where we see Mr. Donaldson, isn't it true that the project never came back to the IID board to be approved, the construction of the Red Hill Bay project to be approved?
I'm going to object. That lacks foundation. You've put nothing on that explains why or why that didn't occur.
I'm going to, I'll rephrase the question. Isn't it true that after September of 2017, the IID staff never presented the IID board with a construction contract for the project?
Objection. Assumes facts not in evidence.
Well, the facts are in evidence. We watched Mr. Donaldson's video where he came back in September of 2017. And I'm asking the witness, did anyone ever come back after 2017 with asking the board to approve a contract for the construction of the Red Hill Bay project?
Again, I'm going to object. That lacks foundation. You did not put on any type of evidence, documentary or video, during that period of time that would set the foundation for asking that question.
Well, I don't have to have documents in order to ask a question. I'm asking a question based on the video. And the fact that, can Miss Humes remember whether or not IID board was ever presented with the construction contracts to approve for the Red Hill Bay project?
Sorry?
Will we be able to submit those costs there?
We will have full 100% cost.
Can we,
Sorry about that.
Sorry, no problem.
Yeah.
So Ms. Humes, can you answer that question, please?
I would have to go back through all of the IID board meetings between 2016 or 17 to now. I don't know, but I would have to go back through board meetings.
Okay. Are you aware of the IID board ever approving a contract for a company to construct the Red Hill Bay project?
To construct, no.
Okay. And I have some questions now about the next video.
Can we have a recess about 10 minutes?
Sure.
And then we'll continue.
Thank you.
Sharon.
Message marked for deletion. There are no more messages. 8, sorry, 7 is not sorry. 8, thank you for calling.
please.
Good morning. This is Aileen Tabor representing the Imperial County Air Pollution Control District. And I'm going to continue to cross-examine Ms. Humes. So I'd like to go to the next video, if we could, please. I can't tell. Do we have it up? Okay, perfect. Okay. Do you recognize the person speaking in this video?
Is this the February 6, 2018 video?
Yes.
Yes, that is Joanna Hoff.
And what's Ms. Hoff's position at the IID?
Not sure what her exact job title is, but she is in the general counsel's office.
Okay. And she's an attorney, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that Ms. Hoff told the IID board that CEQA had been completed for the Red Hill Bay project?
I believe in this video, she is taking the mitigated negative declaration to the board for approval.
Okay. And so then wouldn't it be true that with the mitigated neg deck, CEQA was now completed for the Red Hill Bay project?
Yes.
I would like to, if I could, just show one more video and then ask questions about it. It's less than 3 minutes.
Yeah, we'll allow no more than 3 minutes.
Okay.
Is there sound?
Yes. Yes, there is sound.
Sorry.
Katie, can't hear.
Funding to the close of Dynamic Consulting Engineers contract and pay all invoices. This current amendment covers additional funding for the one line electrical design added to the project, and these costs are proposed to be covered under the QSA JPA habitat mitigation. I also have Tom Anderson here from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to give a short update on the project.
Thank you.
Chris was unavailable.
Good afternoon. I'm Tom Anderson, the assistant manager at the refuge. So we've made a lot of progress on the project. Mainly, we've come up with a new division of responsibilities with IID. We have identified all the remaining components that need to be put in place. And I guess the design's all done, and we've got contracts being awarded. And so hopefully, if everything goes as planned, we should be getting water in there about the end of, let's see, in about a year's time, I guess. So I'm mainly here to support Jessica and answer any questions you have about the project.
Board have any questions? Well, I do appreciate, but did I hear that we're moving along with Red Hill Bay? I mean, I'm sure there was some milestones that we didn't hit, right? Or are we on track? Or
We are about 3 years behind schedule.
okay, all right.
I'm just glad you dug that out.
Yeah. So we do anticipate though having water in there in less than a year.
Yes, and if possible, we might find other means to get some temporary water in there. There's talk of creating some surface roughening within the footprint of the playa and then putting water in those.
All right.
As long as it doesn't.
Is that the end of the video? Can you stop the video, please?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for letting me show that last video. Ms. Humes, do you recognize yourself in the video?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you actually asking the board, the IID board, to approve at that meeting?
So I was taking amendment number 2 to a major work authorization for the Red Hill Bay project. And that amendment included coverage of additional costs for the design, for engineering, and I believe I have to go back through the MWA, some electrical design components.
Okay. And isn't it true that you also represented to the IID board that the costs associated with amendment number 2 would be recovered by the QSA JPA?
So most of the costs would be recovered from a major work authorization, and then we would try to get reimbursement for any remaining costs from the QSA JPA.
Okay, so you didn't know at that point that the QSA JPA would pay for the improvements?
No.
Okay. But you believed at that point that it was likely that the QSA JPA would approve the funds. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the basis for you believing that it was likely that the QSA JPA was going to approve the funding for the Red Hill Bay project?
We had asked for similar funding on a different project that had gone over, and in the past we had taken a project to the QSA JPA for additional funding, and they had approved it.
Okay. And isn't it true that projects at the Salton Sea that mitigate air quality, they're eligible for QSA JPA funds?
So all projects planned at the Salton Sea for air quality must get approved by the wildlife agencies and then approved by the QSA JPA.
Okay, so you're talking about the air quality mitigation has to be approved by Fish and Wildlife, or are we talking about the Imperial County Air Pollution Control District?
We take the QSA JPA budget to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and California Department of Fish and Wildlife Service for approval. And the whole budget includes all mitigation measures related to the environmental mitigation, including air quality. And once the 2 wildlife agencies approve the budget, we then take it to the QSA JPA, and the commissioners vote on it and approve or don't approve.
So is there any commissioner on the QSA JPA that is an air quality regulator?
No.
Okay. And the Fish and Wildlife Service representative stated that he expected within a year, so that would be 2020, that there would be water at the Red Hill Bay project. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And did you believe at that time that by 2020, a year later, that there would be water at Red Hill Bay?
I believed it was possible. It would have to have been very aggressive. I thought more of 18 months to 2 years, but that is what U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service believed.
And we're now out from 2019, would you say about a year and a half? So 18 months or so?
Yes.
Okay. And there is no water at the Red Hill Bay project area, isn't that correct?
There are some wetlands on the southeastern end of the Red Hill Bay project that have water on them.
But the majority of the Red Hill Bay project does not have water on it, isn't that correct?
That is correct.
I'd like to pull up exhibit number 52. And before I get to exhibit number 52, I'd like to ask the hearing board to admit as evidence exhibit 68.
It's admitted.
Thank you. Do you know who this letter is from?
See anything. I'm sorry.
No problem.
This letter is from John Eckhart, who was the manager of the water department at the time. I'm not sure when it was dated, but.
Okay. So he's an IID employee, is that true?
In 2002, yes.
Okay.
Or 2000, I'm sorry.
No problem. And in this, let me ask, who is the letter to?
Miss Ann Bragley, she's the regional director of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Okay. In this letter, isn't it true that this letter serves as notice to U.S. Fish and Wildlife that in 2000, its leases for the Red Hill Bay project had expired? Is that true?
I'm going to object to the question. You've established no foundation that Ms. Humes knows what this letter is, has ever seen this letter before. It certainly predates her time at IID.
Objection is accepted.
Ms. Humes, are you aware of the fact that IID notified U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that its leases had expired?
Yes, and they are now on a month-to-month lease.
Okay. And at that point in time, I'm talking about the time the letter was written, IID was not interested in renewing the leases. Isn't that correct?
Can I have a moment to read the letter?
Sure, absolutely.
I'm going to object to the question. The letter speaks for itself. I'm not sure what Ms. Humes can add to it, given that this is non-contemporaneous with her tenure.
Well, she may know whether or not IID was not interested in renewing the lease at that time.
I don't know how she could know that at that time. She wasn't.
Well, let's let the witness answer and tell us whether or not she knows.
Ms. Humes, can you answer the question, yes or no?
So in 2000, I was in 8th grade. I don't know. The letter states, though, that the leases have expired and that at the time of February 28th, 2000, IID was not interested in renegotiating the leases at the time.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your answer. That's it.
Perfect. So if I can have brought up exhibit 55. I can't see it very well on my screen. So is this Exhibit 55?
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much. Can you see who this document is from?
It is from Kevin Kelly. He was our general manager at the time.
Okay, and who is the letter to?
John P. Donnelly, Executive Director at the Wildlife Conservation Board.
Okay, and is this letter basically to inform IID that it was getting a grant for $1,850,000?
So the first page, the letter is to the Wildlife Conservation Board with an IID signed copy of the grant is my understanding, and that it'll be presented to the Wildlife Conservation Board, for consideration and approval.
Okay, and the grant money was to be given to IID as the owner of the Red Hill Bay project area property. Is that correct?
Yes, as the owner.
Okay, and the grant money could only be used for the Red Hill Bay project. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And is the Red Hill Bay project, is that, would that qualify as a shallow water habitat?
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, IID still did not have a lease with U.S. Fish and Wildlife. Isn't that true?
I do not believe so.
Okay. But IID decided to accept the grant anyway. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay. If we could bring up Exhibit 56. Does this seem to be a letter, May 2016, that IID received and what they call a notice to proceed letter on the Red Hill Bay project from the State Wildlife Conservation Board?
Yes.
And what project life was the Conservation Board expecting for the Red Hill Bay project?
When you say project life, are you asking for the term of the grant or the project itself? I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. The project itself.
So on the previous exhibit, it said it was for 25 years.
Okay. And could that be a reason why U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is requesting a lease agreement with IID for at least 25 years?
Objection, that calls for speculation. Ms. Humes doesn't know what the Fish and Wildlife Service is thinking.
Well, I'm asking her opinion as to whether or not she thinks that that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is requesting 25-year lease because of the fact that the grant requires the project to be alive for 25 years.
Same objection.
What's your objection?
Calls for speculation.
Okay, I'm asking her opinion. Ms. Humes, please do not speculate in your response to this question.
So I would believe they're trying to get a lease because right now they're on a month-to-month lease.
Okay, and what I'm asking specifically is about the 25 years. Do you think that, and I'm asking for your opinion, and again, please do not speculate, that U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is probably asking for a 25-year lease because the grant money requires that the project life be at least 25 years.
mean, yeah, I guess so.
No, I'm not asking you to guess or speculate. Just whether or not you know that answer?
I do not know.
Okay. I'm going to request that Exhibit 56 be admitted as an exhibit.
Submitted.
Thank you. If we could please put up Exhibit 58. And Ms. Humes, does this appear to be a document from IID in July of 2016?
Yeah, can I have a moment to read through it?
Of course.
Okay, yes.
Okay. And so from this letter, is it true that IID planned to have some kind of kickoff meeting and proceed with the implementation of the Red Hill Bay project? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And to date, IID has never constructed the Red Hill Bay project. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. What has been constructed? Where is the Red Hill Bay project?
So the Red Hill Bay project itself is located out at Red Hill. It is on the southeast side of the Salton Sea. On the east of the project is Garst Road. On the north of the project is Red Hill Road. Yeah, that's where it is.
Okay, and I asked you whether or not IID constructed the Red Hill Bay project.
Yeah, objection. That assumes facts, not in evidence. It's not IID's project to construct. It's a Fish and Wildlife project. All the evidence supports that. So I'll object to the question.
Well, then the answer I would expect would be no from the witness. So let's let the witness answer the question. IID did not construct the Red Hill Bay project. Isn't that true?
IID has not constructed or has never constructed anything at the Red Hill Bay project.
Okay. And to date, I'm talking about now all the way up until this point in time, IID has not executed a lease with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Is that correct?
They are on a month-to-month lease, but no new lease, at least to my knowledge, has been executed.
I would request that Exhibit 58 be admitted as an exhibit.
Accepted.
Thank you. If we could put up Exhibit 63, please. And I'd like to go to the very bottom of this, and we'll work our way up since the bottom has, it will go in chronological order. So if we could start with the 1/5/2021 email. Can you tell us what this is?
This is an email from Chris Schoeneman at the Sunny Bono National Wildlife Refuge. He is emailing me, informing me that they have access to the Wildlife Conservation Board funds again and want to move forward to complete the Red Hill Bay project. And he is asking if IID is moving forward with the installation of electric and the Alamo River pumps as part of the APCD resolution. Do we have a schedule?
Okay. Would it be true that IID could have worked with or had its partnership with U.S. Fish and Wildlife and use those WCB funds to construct the Red Hill Bay project?
Objection calls for speculation, assumes facts not in evidence.
No, I'm not asking Ms. Humes to speculate.
You're asking her could have, which is a hypothetical question that inherently calls for speculation.
I have no problem rewording the question.
Go ahead, and if not,
So if IID had pursued its partnership with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, who was willing to use those WCB funds to construct the Red Hill Bay project, wouldn't then IID have come into compliance with APCD regulations by this Red Hill Bay project?
I'm going to object to the question. You're trying to trap the witness. The facts that you're not presenting and the foundation you're not laying is that all the bids for construction came back higher than the grant amount. So it was
testifying now. I'm going to object. You're testifying.
I'm simply.
What you're saying is not in evidence.
I'm simply providing the background so that people understand that you're trying to trap the witness by not providing her the foundation.
Mr. McFarland, thank you very much.
Next foundation.
I'm going to accept your objection. Can you please move to the next question?
Was U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service willing to use the WCB funds to construct the Red Hill Bay project? And I'm asking for your understanding and not to speculate.
Chris states in his email that they have access to the WCB funds and want to move the project forward.
Mm-hmm. And do you believe that the Red Hill Bay project would result in that area coming into compliance with APCD regulations?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to move to the next email, which is 1621. And can you tell me who the email is from and to?
It is from Tina Shields, the water department manager, and it is to Chris Schoeneman at the refuge.
Okay, and you're CC'd on this email, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the response from Ms. Shields to Mr. Schoeneman's offer to move the Red Hill Bay project along to help IID to come into compliance with their district regulations?
Ms. Shields states that IID is still in the midst of the NOV regulatory process with Imperial County Air Pollution Control District. So the district, I assume she means IID, is unable to discuss next steps until the issue is resolved. We appreciate your inquiry and we'll have better information once that outcome has been determined.
So instead of IID proposing a, I'm going to try to get this right, irrigated furrow with vegetation project, and IID could have instead set forth the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service so they would construct the Red Hill Bay project.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, I will rephrase it for you. So IID, instead of constructing the irrigated furrow vegetative project, instead IID could have entered into a stipulated order with the district to have U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service construct the Red Hill Bay project. Isn't that correct?
Object. That there's no foundation for that. If you have a document that says that you think you could put in front of the witness, that might be of some assistance.
Well, first of all, I don't have to have a document to ask a question. And secondly, I'm asking what her understanding is. I'm entitled to understand her understanding of this project. You set her forth as a witness that is supposed to be knowledgeable about the Red Hill Bay project.
Ms. Tabor, the scope of Ms. Hume's direct testimony was with respect to dust control measures around the Salton Sea, the AQMP, the proactive dust control measures, et cetera.
Fantastic work.
Not put Ms. Humes forward as an all-purpose witness with respect to engineering matters
All of the evidence needed
and lease matters
show
at the Red Hill Bay area. You're well beyond her scope of direct testimony at this point.
I am permitted to be beyond her scope of direct testimony by the rules and procedures of the hearing board.
I understand
So that should not be an issue. Let me rephrase my question.
Let me respond to what you just said. We understand that you can ask your questions beyond scope, and I don't have any objection to that. But you can't ask her questions beyond scope and then say disparaging things about her, because
Excuse me, I have not said anything disparaging about Ms. Humes, and this seems more like a delay tactic. We'd like to get this hearing completed today. You've made your objection. Let's let the hearing board rule. I said I'm willing to rephrase my question.
Okay, rephrase the question, and now we'll move to the next one, please.
Okay, thank you. So is it your understanding that instead of IID constructing the irrigated furrows vegetative project, that instead IID could have requested that U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service construct the Red Hill Bay project?
No, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service was not part of the NOV process, and IID cannot enter into an order that relies on an additional agency to get work done. I don't know how we would have forced U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to complete the project if they were not part of the abatement order or the NOV process.
Okay. And I understand your response, but I don't think it's really responsive to my question. I'm not asking about the stipulated order, and I'm not asking about whether or not we could structure a stipulated order to include U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And I would tell you, as you know, we have NOVs, so we could. I'm asking you whether or not it's your understanding that IID, instead of constructing this irrigated furrow vegetation project, and I'm trying to describe it as fairly as I understand it, that instead IID could have requested U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service construct the Red Hill Bay project.
No, I don't know how we would have requested them to do it.
Okay, I'm going to request that your answer be stricken because of the fact that you're responding with a legal conclusion about a stipulated order. And my question has nothing to do with a legal conclusion.
Accepted. Let's move on to the next question, please.
Okay, so let's now go to the next email. And can you see who the email is from and who it's to?
Yes, it's from Chris Schoeneman, and it is to Tina Shields and Jonathan Shore.
And you're copied on this email, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your understanding of what Mr. Schoeneman is informing IID about?
So he is asking about, I assume, moving the project forward because they have received a one-year extension to use the 3.3 million grant funds from the Wildlife Conservation Board and need to move fast to complete the work. Otherwise, they will lose the available funds and the project will stall. And then he goes on to state that they are considering modifying the saltwater intake and eliminate the barge option because it costs more and takes more time. But they also understand that IID has concerns about its implementation. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's original concept involved an open ditch similar to an IID drain to transport seawater to the pump upslope from the shore. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service will be soliciting contracts soon to implement the seawater intake, but want to hear about IID's concern or any concerns IID has about moving forward. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service would need IID access authorization because the design saltwater path is outside of the current boundary. And would IID have engineering staff available to assist with the modified seawater intake design? Short of any IID input or assistance, we may make it a design build contract and evaluate bids when they come in.
Thank you. So now I'd like to go up to the next email. And can you tell me who this email is from and who it is to?
It is from Enrique Martinez. He's our general manager, and is to Chris Schoeneman, Tina Shields, and Jonathan Shore. And I'm CC'd on it.
Okay. And isn't it correct that Mr. Martinez is informing Mr. Schoeneman that IID must resolve the NOVs that were issued by the Air District before engaging in any further discussions of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Red Hill Bay project?
Yes, that is what it states.
Okay. So in essence, Mr. Schoeneman is stating that U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is willing to construct the Red Hill Bay project to help IID with the NOVs, but IID's response is that they want to resolve the NOVs without consideration of the Red Hill Bay project.
Yes.
Has the Air, to your knowledge, has the Air District ever told IID that it must resolve the NOVs before engaging in any discussions of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Red Hill Bay project?
I don't know.
And do you know who told IID that it must resolve the NOVs issued by the Air District before continuing discussions of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Red Hill Bay project?
I'm going to object to that question. It's argumentative and assumes facts not in evidence. There's no reason to believe anybody told them that.
I'm asking if she knew. So the witness could answer the question. I'm asking what she knows, her knowledge.
No, I don't know.
Okay. Then I'd like to go to the email of the next email up. And can you tell us who the email is from and who it's to?
It is from Chris Schoeneman to Enrique Martinez, Tina Shields, and Jonathan Shore. And I'm on the copy line.
Okay. And Mr. Martinez is requesting, Mr. Martinez in this email is requesting whether or not IID has an executable agreement that's prepared and authorized by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that IID can review. Is that true?
I'm sorry, are we talking about the 120 email or the 136? I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. I skipped down. You're right. So in the email, this is in the email from Chris Schoeneman to Mr. Martinez. And basically, is it clear Mr. Schoeneman is trying again and stating that to make it clear, we are trying to move forward with putting water on the project site to help resolve the violation. And we are trying to be a part of the solution. Is that what the essence of the email is?
That is what he states.
Okay.
Yes.
So he's trying again with that. Wouldn't this be true? I'm sorry, wouldn't this be correct? That Mr. Schoeneman is again trying to basically state to IID that, hey, you can resolve these NOVs with the Air District. Just let U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service build the Red Hill Bay project.
I'm going to object. Calls for speculation as to what Mr. Schoeneman's thinking.
I'm asking for Miss Humes. She's CC'd on this. I'm asking for what she thought.
He states he's trying to help resolve the violation and trying to be part of the solution.
Okay, let's go now down to the next email. And can you tell me who the email is from and who it's to?
So the 1:36 p.m. email is from Enrique Martinez to Chris Schoeneman, Tina Shields, and Jonathan Shore, and I'm on the copy line.
Okay, and what is the essence of that email?
Mr. Martinez is asking if U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has an executable agreement prepared and authorized by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Land Management that IID can review.
Okay, and let's go to the final email at the top. Can you tell us who this email is from and who it's to?
It is from Chris Schoeneman to Enrique Martinez, Tina Shields, and Jonathan Shore, and I am on the copy line.
Okay. And basically, would it be true that Mr. Schoeneman is stating that he had already shared a draft proposed language with Joanna Hoff last August to let, I'm sorry, let me back up. Isn't it true that Chris Schoeneman is stating that he had already shared language for that agreement with Joanna Huff last August?
Yes, that is what it states.
Okay. And isn't it also true that Mr. Schoeneman at this point is asking Joanna Hoff that is it possible to purchase the land from IID or swap it?
So Ms. Hoff is not on the email, but he does state that U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services Realty Office asked Joanna in December if purchase of the land from IID is an option. IID is open to. They're also interested in land swapping as an option.
Okay. And would it be a fair understanding on your part that the reason that U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is asking to either purchase the land or swap the land is so that they can construct the Red Hill Bay project?
Objection to the extent it calls for speculation as to what Fish and Wildlife is thinking.
I asked her for her thoughts.
Humes, can you please answer the question to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And is it true that IID did not respond to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service draft memorandum of agreement that was resent in January of 2021?
I am not sure. I don't know if they sent anything back. It was not on this email chain.
Okay. Let me just look if that's already an exhibit. I'm just taking a minute to see if I can cut down some of my cross-examination based on Ms. Hume's answers.
Thank you very much. We greatly appreciate it. We can continue to move forward, making this process easier.
Is it your understand? Let me rephrase the question. Has the Air District ever asked IID to build the Red Hill Bay project?
I don't know.
But to your knowledge, the Air District has not asked IID to build the Red Hill Bay project. Is that true?
Not in any of the discussions I have participated in.
Okay. And have you been a participant in the discussions between IID and the Air District recently to resolve the violation notices with the stipulated order for abatement?
I participated in a few meetings with the Air District last year after the notices of violation were issued, but I have not participated in any discussions this year.
Okay. So I'm assuming that your answer is based on what you know at IID and also what you heard as a participant in those meetings. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And has IID consulted with U.S. Fish and Wildlife as to whether the irrigated furrows and vegetation are compatible with the Red Hill Bay project?
Yes, we did last year before including it in our proactive dust control plan.
Okay. But isn't it true in your proactive dust control plan, the proposal was for roughening, not irrigated furrows with vegetation?
The furrows are just a method to get water on to various locations on the site.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that furrows and surface roughening are, for practical purposes, the same?
It depends on the equipment you are using and the depth in which you are constructing a furrow. But in this instance, we were planning to use furrows to get water on site to various locations.
And aren't those furrows very similar to surface roughening?
Yes.
Okay. I'm almost done. I'm going to try to wrap this up quick, okay? Do you agree that BACM is required at the Red Hill Bay project area?
Not necessarily. I believe that we can get immediate dust control with surface roughening and then use those furrows to get vegetation established.
And what is, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It's okay.
So what is the basis for your understanding that IID does not have to construct BACM at the Red Hill Bay project area?
Well, IID would still be planning to get BACM established on the site. We would just take steps to get there, beginning immediately with some immediate dust control, and then using furrows to get vegetation established on the site, which would achieve BACM.
So what section of Regulation 8 allows a landowner to construct something other than BACM for an open area?
Could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
So I'm going back to the Air District's Regulation 8. And I'm asking you what section in Regulation 8 would permit IID to construct something less than BACM at the Red Hill Bay project area?
So Rule 804 identifies the BACM measures. One of those BACM measures is to establish vegetation. IID would achieve this by installing some furrows that would get vegetation established. Rule 800 outlines the criteria that the BACM measure has to meet, but it does not specify how you get BACM achieved. So it doesn't identify the cultural practices used to establish vegetation in this instance.
But the project that IID put forth is not just a vegetation project, isn't that true?
No, it is a vegetation project. You have to get water on the site somehow. So there are multiple ways you could do that.
Okay, but not the entire area of Red Hill Bay project is not going to be all vegetation.
That is the current plan, that it would all be vegetation except for a small area which could possibly have gravel or vegetation.
So the furrows are going to have vegetation on them?
Yes.
Okay. Does IID have any right that you're aware of to dictate what constitutes BACM under the Clean Air Act?
Objection, argumentative.
I'm asking her if whether or not IID has a right to determine what BACM is under the Clean Air Act. I don't see how that's argumentative.
Ms. Humes, can you give a fair answer to that question?
No.
Thank you very much. Can you move to the next question, please?
You would agree that BACM has to be applied at Red Hill Bay project area to achieve both a stabilized surface at all times and to not allow for opacity that is exceeding 20%. You would agree to that, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you are aware that shallow flooding and gravel BACM achieve somewhere between 99 to 100% effectiveness. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware of any anything that shows whether or not irrigated furrows with vegetation achieves this same level of effectiveness? And I'm referring to the 99 to 100%.
I mean, one of your BACM measures is to establish vegetation, and that is what we plan to do based off of the performance criteria in Rule 800. IID would plan to meet the vegetation requirements to achieve BACM.
Okay, but you are aware your project is not all vegetation. You do have these irrigated furrows. Isn't that true?
Well, but those irrigation furrows would have water in them, delivering water to get vegetation established.
Okay. And has there ever been any kind of study that IID is aware of that shows the project that IID is proposing achieves 99 to 100% effectiveness?
Right. I don't know.
Just trying to hurry up. And I want to now talk a little bit about the proactive dust control plan. Is it true that in the proactive dust control plan that IID proposed surface roughening for the Red Hill Bay project area?
Yes.
Okay. And this was approved by this proactive dust control plan. It was approved by IID, right?
Yes.
Okay. And was the Air District asked to make a determination? I'm sorry, was the Air District asked to approve the proactive dust control plan?
The Air District does not approve the proactive dust control plan, but we do collaborate with them. We met with them. They provided comments, and they had no objections to surface roughening within the Red Hill Bay project.
But did you get an approval that the Air District said, hey, what's in this plan? We agree it's BACM.
Yes, no, they don't. As part of the proactive dust control plan, they are not approving it, and they are not stating whether or not what our plan is is meeting BACM. It is a proactive dust control plan to get out on areas that we have identified as having the potential to be highly emissive. We are trying to get projects established on the ground before there is an issue. And we work with the air district to go over where those projects are going to be located, what type of projects they're going to be, and how we are going to monitor performance over time. And then as part of our program, we also work with them to identify how we may change projects, do operation and maintenance, work to reduce dust emissions if we see that our projects are becoming less effective than they were originally designed and implemented as.
But you never asked the air district to approve the plan as BACM. Isn't that true?
That's correct. That's not what it's meant for.
Okay. Are furrows or tilling and tilling, are they considered to be sources of fine dust air pollution?
I'd have to do some research on that. I don't know off the top of my head.
Are you aware of the fact that constructing furrows is actually regulated by the Air District Rule 806 to reduce fine dust air pollution?
I'm not super familiar with Rule 806.
Okay. But would it be a correct statement that the construction of furrows, that in itself is going to cause fine dust air pollution?
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
So I'm asking you that during the construction of the furrows, would that become a source of PM10 emissions?
I mean, there's different types of tillage. I guess it's possible, but it depends on how you're constructing it.
Well, moving any kind of dirt, like with massive pieces of construction equipment, wouldn't you agree that you see plumes of dust coming up from that?
Not in all instances, no.
But in most of the instances, isn't that true?
No, I mean, I've worked on projects that are large earth moving projects and are not emitting any dust.
Okay. If we could bring up the mitigated negative declaration. Actually, I'm just going to continue with my examination. That's okay. So are you the person that is as an IID employee? Now I'm only talking about IID employees. Are you the person who's most familiar with IID's compliance with Air District regulations?
No, we also have an environmental compliance person who deals with other Air District issues more regularly than I do.
And who is that person?
That is currently Michael Kemp.
Okay. And did you ever consult with Mr. Kim as to whether or not constructing furrows is regulated by Air Pollution Control District rules?
No.
Okay. And did you ever consult with Mr. Kim as to whether or not the construction of furrows, that act could cause emissions?
No, but a lot of earth moving activities could result in emissions, so I'm not really sure.
Well, the question is, did you consult with Mr. Kim as to whether or not furrows would cause emissions?
No, I don't believe he's really familiar with furrows or this sort of activity.
Okay, but he is isn't it true that he is the person most knowledgeable at IID about air quality issues?
He works on other types of air quality issues related to some of the energy facilities that IID has. He would be more knowledgeable in those air district rules as part of the Salton Sea and air quality. In that regard, we have hired experts who are more familiar with air quality rules and emissions.
Okay, so then it would be fair to say that there's no one person at IID who understands compliance with air district regulations, particularly at the Salton Sea.
I'm going to object. That misstates her testimony.
I'm asking her whether or not there is an IID employee that is the most knowledgeable person at IID for the Salton Sea emissions. She cited a consultant, and now I'm asking the same question as to whether or not an IID staff member possesses the knowledge about air district regulations at the Salton Sea.
Hume's a yes or no answer will be sufficient.
Right. So Ms. Humes, you can answer.
If you understand the question.
No, there's not necessarily one air quality specific person.
Okay.
Thank you.
So has IID ever implemented the irrigated furrow vegetation project that is being proposed for Red Hill Bay?
Yes, we are doing vegetated furrows on the playa to the west of the Red Hill Bay project.
And that's would that be the exact same project that is being proposed for Red Hill Bay?
It's not the exact same project, but it's very similar. The cultural practices of irrigation would be similar.
Okay. And have you ever done a research project that was partnered with the Air District and with EPA to determine the effectiveness as to this control proposal?
No.
And on a dust control project that is involving vegetation, how long does it take for the vegetation to achieve full maturity and height and get to the desired coverage?
I don't know that I can put an exact time period on that. I mean, there are multiple factors, how much water is applied, germination, time periods, the type of vegetation that you're using. So I don't know that I can necessarily answer that.
So it would be true to say that IID doesn't know how long, if it plants vegetation, how long it's going to take before the vegetation is completely mature and acts as a backup measure.
That would be better for my air quality consultant, Brian Schmidt.
But you don't know, is that correct?
No, I don't know.
Okay. So in your testimony, you talked about, was it Alamo North that has this exact project? Or the similar project to what IID is proposing?
Yes.
Okay. And did IID get any permits from, or any kind of approval from the Air District for the Alamo North project?
We worked in coordination with the air pollution control officer at the time, Brad Porras, when we started that project. We did multiple site visits and coordinated closely with him at the time.
Okay. But it would be true to say that the Air District never approved that project.
No, but I don't know that they have to approve the project.
Or the Air District never made a determination that the Alamo North project was Backum. Wouldn't that be true?
Well, it's 100% vegetation now. But I don't know that a determination ever needed to be made.
Okay, I'm asking whether or not a determination by the Air District that Alamo North constituted Backum.
No, it wasn't required.
Okay, I'm not asking about whether it was required or not. I'm simply asking, did the Air District make a determination that Alamo North constituted Backum?
No.
Okay. And was Alamo North, when it was, at the time it was constructed, would you consider it to be Backum at that point?
Objection, it's indefinite as to time. Could you be more specific as to the time period you're talking about?
When it was constructed?
Immediately after construction.
Yes, whether or not after construction it was considered Backum.
I mean, not the day after. Vegetation does take time to get established. And once vegetation was established, then it meets Backum.
And the meeting of Backum is IID's determination, isn't that correct?
No, the site is 100% covered in vegetation. If you were to go out and do performance monitoring on the site based off of Rule 800 and the performance criteria, it would meet Backum.
Did someone do that research?
You can ask Brian Schmidt.
You're not aware, right, of anyone having gone out and done that research?
Well, we have performance monitoring completed on the site. We know it's 100% vegetated. Brian can give you the details so that I do not know specific details off the top of my head on that.
Okay. So I'm going to try to get an answer from you about not whether or not this is required or not. Okay. But I want to know, in your opinion, after the vegetation construction project is constructed, so that period in time, is the vegetation considered to be Backum?
I'm going to object. I think you asked the same exact question about 3 minutes ago, and Ms. Humes answered it at that time.
She did not. She answered that IID was not required to do so. And I just want to know her opinion on that.
So after the project was completed and vegetation was established, it meets Backum.
Okay, but not before. Isn't that true?
Well, no, but that is why we constructed the project, to get vegetation established on the ground before there is a dust emissive project.
But your answer is no to my question. Isn't that correct?
I guess so.
Well, not guess, yes or no.
Can you restate the question?
So I'm asking you, at the time that the vegetation was constructed at Alamo North, so at that point in time, was this vegetation project considered to be Backum?
Objection. You asked that before. The answer was not immediately after the project was completed, but after a period of time when the vegetation is established, Backum is achieved. You're asking the same exact question a second time. Or a third.
She asked me to repeat the question. So I repeated the question on your witness's request, not because I wanted to ask it again. Can you answer the question, Ms. Humes?
So as soon as we started applying water on the site, we achieved a Backum. And then again, once vegetation was established, we achieved Backum.
So was the water that you put out at Alamo North considered to be shallow flooding?
No, the water was delivered through furrows that we constructed, and vegetation was established.
So how can it be that at the moment of construction and when you're serving water to the area, that is considered Backum when it's not shallow flooding?
Well, the water in the furrows is then like leaches through the soil to the adjacent areas, and it gets a soil moisture that does not allow dust to be emissive off of the playa. It just says apply water. It doesn't say I have to shallow flood it.
But the rule does say that whatever Backum is implemented, it has to result in a stabilized surface and opacity not greater than 20%. Isn't that true?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I want to put one more exhibit if I could. Let's see.
Just to advise you, we'll break in about 10 minutes.
Okay, I'll finish up with her in the next 10 minutes if Mr. McFarland will allow me to.
Ms. Humes, thank you very much for all your answers and your patience.
No problem.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get to this one page here. So are you aware of the requirements for shallow flooding up at the Owens Lake?
I'm not very familiar with them, no. Okay. We have constraints for that.
Okay. Are you familiar with the concept that once EPA approves a type of Backum, that all other Backum in that category has to achieve the same effectiveness as that original Backum that was approved by EPA?
I'm not very familiar with that, but we have
Okay.
expert consultants on.
Okay, just a couple more questions. I'm going to ask you about the water order 2002-0013, which was exhibit 31. Can we bring up page 7 of exhibit number 31? Actually, I'm sorry. Can we bring up pages 87 through 88 of exhibit 31? Does the water order contain a condition that requires the permittees to implement air quality mitigation?
I'm sorry, are we talking about number 8?
I'm
87.
yes, condition 8. That's exactly the condition I'm talking about.
Okay. It states that the permittee shall implement the monitoring and mitigation plan for air quality outlined in pages 350 through 352 of the final environmental impact report and habitat conservation plan as certified by permittee on June 28th, 2002.
Okay, and is IID a permittee?
Yes.
Okay, and it refers to the 4-step process. Is it your understanding that that process is basically restrict access to the exposed shoreline, conduct ongoing research and monitoring, create or purchase offset emission reductions, and implement mitigation measures or supply water to the emissive areas of the sea?
Something to that effect, yes.
Okay. And does it also require that the permittee comply with any relevant requirements of the state implementation plan for PM10 emissions?
Yes.
Okay. And is regulation 8 a PM10 emission regulation?
It states that it's the best management practice designed to mitigate for PM10 emissions associated with land fallowing.
Yeah, I'm actually asking you about regulation 8, the Air District's regulation 8. Is that a PM10 rule of the Air District?
If you know.
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Okay. But you have testified about Rule 800 and Rule 804, which are Regulation 8 rules. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay. So focusing on those 2 rules, are those PM10 rules of the Air District?
Yes, I would believe so.
Okay. And we had Exhibit 38 up earlier. Is it true that EPA approved these 2 rules as part of California's state implementation plan?
If you know.
I don't recall what Exhibit 38 was. I'm sorry.
You are coaching the witness, Mr. McFarland, if you would either object or not. She knows to answer if she knows. So I'm going to ask you, are you aware of I'm sorry, you already answered that you don't know. So Didn't the Air District issue NOVs because IID was not in compliance with Regulation 8?
Yes, three NOVs were issued. One, I believe, was for Rule 804. And the other one was for another 800 rule.
Okay. And isn't it true that it's the Air District's position that IID's proposal for irrigated furrows and vegetation does not comply with Reg 8 because it is not BACM? I'm asking you what your understanding is of the Air District's position.
I don't understand the Air District's position.
Okay, so you've never heard the Air District state that IID's proposal does not comply with the Air District rules because it's not BACM. You've never heard that before.
No, I only participated in a couple of discussions last year. I don't recall that.
I'm gonna bring up Exhibit 73.
Can this be the last question before we take the break?
Yes.
Thank you.
Are you familiar with this IID document? Oh, do we have it up yet?
No.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, this is the 2019 annual report for the State Water Resources Control Board revised order.
And does this document contain any commitment by IID to implement BACM at the exposed playa?
Could you repeat that again?
Sure. Isn't it true that this document does not contain a commitment that IID is going to implement BACM?
So this is an annual report of the previous year's activities. I mean, it's just a summary.
Does it contain a commitment that IID will implement BACM?
You know, I'd have to read it. I don't put this report together. I'm not 100% familiar with what it states.
Okay. I'd like to move into evidence, Exhibit 73.
Accepted.
Okay. And just so you know, I just have 2 more exhibits. I could quickly go through them or I can do them after lunch, whatever the preference is of the hearing board.
Let's do it after lunch. Let's
Okay,
everybody
no
give
problem.
a break.
Thank you very much.
We'll reconvene us at 12:30, please. Thank you, Ms. Humes.
Mhm.
Attorney is not back in here, but. You have any other witness? Do you go into?
I don't have witnesses.
I would like to bring this board member meeting back to order, please. It's everybody present.
I am here, Sergio. This is Vince.
Thank you, Vince. Sorry for that delay you had this morning in connecting. Bob, are you back online? Bob Fisher? Debbie? Bob Fisher and Debbie Salas, are you back online? Can you verify they're online?
He is. I'm not sure if he's like currently on the computer.
He's not?
I'm not sure if he is.
I'm here, sir.
Thank you, Debbie. Okay,
You're welcome.
We have a quorum from the hearing board, so we can proceed. Okay. That's all the witness from the IID and legal department. Are they all online now?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we're all here.
Thank you, Ms. Humes. I see you're eager to continue.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, this is Aileen Tabor representing Imperial County Air Pollution Control District, and I have completed my cross-examination now of Ms. Humes.
Thank you very much. Mr. McFarland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a little bit of redirect, and we'll try to move through that. Good afternoon, Ms. Humes. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing okay. Wanted to ask Will to bring up Exhibit 103. I don't know if we'll refer to it. But both in your direct and your cross-examination, there has been discussion about IID's Salt and Sea Air Quality Mitigation Program, Proactive Dust Control Plan. You recall that?
Yes.
If you need to refer to any pages and would like us to move through the document, just please say so, and we'll try to do that.
Okay.
What is the purpose of the proactive dust control plans?
The proactive dust control plan's purpose is to reduce dust emissions from the playa.
And does implementation of the PDCP actually result in dust emissions?
Yes.
Is the general concept of the PDCP that the most emissive areas are prioritized first for mitigation?
Yes. As part of our program, we complete an annual emissions inventory. And then based on that emissions inventory, we prioritize areas that are most emissive. And a majority of those emissions do come from a smaller subset of land around the Salton Sea. And then we address the most emissive areas first.
Okay, so that's kind of a way to, what's the phrase, get the most bang for your buck?
Yes, we try to prioritize those projects most efficiently so we can mitigate dust emissions and then figure out how to quickly get them addressed. And this allows for us to reduce dust emissions quickly and efficiently on the playa.
Did the most recent proactive dust control plan, we're looking at the cover page of it now. Did it recommend surface roughening for the Red Hill Bay area?
Yes, it did.
Was that intended to be a permanent dust control measure?
No, we were planning on implementing an interim dust control measure while U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service completed the construction of the Red Hill Bay project.
And at that point, when the project was constructed, that would be the dust control measure.
Yes, that is correct.
How effective is surface roughening, your interim measure?
Surface roughening as an interim measure or any measure is very effective, and it can reduce dust emissions by 80 to 90%.
Okay. Did you or IID receive comments from the Air District on this most recent PDCP?
Yes, we did.
I'd like to call up Exhibit 119. You recognize this document, Ms. Humes?
Yes, it is the comment letter we received for the 2019-2020 proactive dust control plan.
Okay, and comments from the Air Pollution Control District?
Yes, yes, it's a letter from Julia Lester and Alec Van Houten to Katie Burnworth at the Air District.
Mr. McFarland, I'm objecting to this document. And the reason is it's a draft, clearly a draft document, and it's a memorandum between the Air District and the Air District's consultant.
Noted.
Ms. Humes, did you receive?
I'm sorry, just need a question clarification. So I'm objecting to the introduction of this document. Are you going to allow it or not allow it?
I'm going to allow it that they talk about that, but it will not be recorded as a part of the evidence in this hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to establish some foundation for it, and then I may make a re-request on that. But thank you for your consideration. So Ms. Humes, have you seen this document before?
Yes, yes, I have.
And how did you receive it?
We received this document from the Air Pollution Control District as their comments on our 2019-2020 proactive dust control plan. They did not provide any other comments.
And when you received it, was it in this form? Was it stamped draft?
It was in this form.
Okay. And did you understand this to be the comments of the Air Pollution Control District on your proactive dust control plan for 2019-20?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what the document is briefly, by reference to the introductory paragraph?
Sure. It was from the Air District's consultant, Ramble, and it is basically summarizing their comments on our 2019-2020 proactive dust control plan to the Air District for them to provide to IID. We had also met with them and reviewed it in person.
Okay, so you met with the Air District and went over this very document?
We met with them to go over the 2019-2020 proactive dust control plan.
Okay. And was this document provided to you by Ms. Burnworth?
I believe so, yes.
And you received it as the Air District's comments on your plan?
Yes, it was, I believe, an email where she attached this document as their comments.
Okay. Were there any comments provided on the proposed mitigation measures at the Red Hill Bay area?
No.
Did the Air District provide any comments on the Red Hill Bay area in another format at a meeting or at a hearing?
No.
Okay. Were there any comments provided on the use of surface roughening at the Red Hill Bay project area?
No, no comments were received about surface roughening at the Red Hill Bay area.
Okay, so was it your understanding that at that time, March of 2020, that the Air District was in agreement with the mitigation measures that you had proposed for the Red Hill Bay project area?
Yes, they were in agreement.
And Mr. Chair, I'd like to renew my request to move this document into evidence given Ms. Humes's foundation for what it was and how she received it.
I'm going to object because this clearly says that these are Ramble's comments. And the fact that a draft copy may have been given to the IID is not the official version of the Air District's position on the document.
I will allow that just on the base of the document being a draft and not a final document.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Humes, did the parties, and by that I mean IID and the Air District, they have a history of cooperation in implementing dust control measures in the area of the Salton Sea?
Yes. We've been working on air quality projects of the Salton Sea since 2016 together.
Okay. And was the Air District supportive of the use of surface roughening during that time period?
Yes.
I'd like to bring up Exhibit 122. And Ms. Humes, are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
And what is the document?
It's the meeting minutes from an IID regular board meeting from Tuesday, June 4th, 2019.
For purposes of our discussion today, what is the significance of that meeting?
This meeting was where the 2018-2019 PDCP was approved by our board.
Were you there?
Yes.
Did you make a presentation at that meeting?
Yes, I presented this item at that meeting.
Okay. And directing your attention to page 9 of this document, do you have a recollection that Mr. Matt Desert also spoke at the meeting?
Yes.
And what did he have to say?
Mr. Desert said he was very pleased to hear about the advancements with surface roughening in the Red Hill Bay area, and that it is of significance because this oftentimes is where ceremonies are held or tours taken. He talked about the buildup of salt and crystal in the wintertime that happens on an annual basis. The wind blows those salt particles into the air and have a negative impact on human health.
Was he generally supportive of the work IID was doing with its proactive dust control measures?
Yes.
Are you aware of other instances in which Mr. Matt Desert talked about IID and surface roughening?
Yes, I believe he's been quoted in the newspaper and spoken at other ceremonies or meetings before.
Let's bring up Exhibit 123 if we might. And is this the news article to which you were referring?
Yes.
Have you seen this news article before?
Yes, I have.
And what is it?
It is from the Desert Review, and it is an article where the Imperial County Board of Supervisors declared a Salton Sea emergency.
Is Mr. Desert referenced in this news article?
Yes.
Okay, we're over here on page 2 now. What did Mr. Desert have to say?
So in this article, it is stated, according to Desert, the letters were sent in March, June of this year, which I believe was last year.
Sorry, I'm going to object to the inclusion of this document. This is a newspaper article. We don't have that person here to say that this is exactly what Mr. Desert said. Mr. Desert was a witness in this proceeding, and IID could have asked him if these were his words. But right now we have no reliability as to whether or not the reporter was exactly correct about what Mr. Desert said.
Yeah, you know, the Air District has put in a number of newspaper articles in its case in chief. We're simply doing the same thing. This is information that was provided into the community. And I'd like to ask Ms. Humes to continue with her testimony on this.
Okay, and can I respond? Sure. Okay, you never objected to those newspaper articles, and we were not citing what exactly the words were that someone stated. Here, you could have asked Mr. Desert if these were his statements, but instead you choose to put words into Mr. Desert's mouth, that words that a newspaper reporter drafted. And unless Ms. Humes can state with certainty that this was exactly what Mr. Desert said to the newspaper reporter, this is nothing more than hearsay and is unreliable.
Mr. McFarland, based on what articles are sometimes published by the media, newspapers, or even news, I'm going to allow the objection. We're not sure exactly what Mr. Desert said, and other than it was recorded and presented on a video form, I will accept the objection from County Council.
Very good, very good. Mr. Chairman, let's move to the very next exhibit then, which would be Exhibit 124. And Ms. Humes, have you seen this document before?
Yes, I have.
And what is it?
It's a letter from Mr. Desert and their pollution control district to Miss Justine Herrig at the, I believe she's at Cal EPA.
Okay, so if we move to page 2, we're not quite where we need to be. Oh, I apologize. All right. Sorry, it's on the first page. Now, this is in his own words in a letter that he signed. What does Mr. Desert have to say about the work that IID has done with regard to surface roughening and dust mitigation in the Salton Sea area?
So I should correct my last statement. It was this was to Justine Herrig at the State Water Resources Control Board. And Mr. Desert stated that to have success at the Salton Sea, it is critical for milestones to be met each year as required in the stipulated water board order. Imperial Irrigation District has shown much success implementing air quality projects using surface roughening and vegetation enhancement on the exposed playa. IID has past proven that these air quality projects can be implemented quickly and efficiently. They have successfully implemented approximately 1,200 total acres, and each project has an average size of 250 acres. Therefore, the air quality milestones of 250 acres for the year 2018 should have been easily achieved, but was not.
Now, with respect to that air quality milestone of 250 acres, is that IID's milestone or somebody else's milestone?
That is somebody else's milestone. That is part of the Salton Sea Management Program that the California Natural Resources Agency has committed to as part of the State Water Board order in the most recent, I'm not sure if it's an amendment or what the right word for that is. But.
So is your read of this that Mr. Desert's being complimentary of IID and critical of the Resources Agency?
Yes.
Now, there was quite a bit of discussion. Well, let's pause there. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move 124 into evidence.
Accepted.
And I believe I missed oh no, we talked about 119, and you did admit that conditionally. 122, the meeting minutes, I'd like to move that in as well before I forget.
Can you rephrase which one was 122?
Yes, of course. 122 were the IID board meeting minutes that Ms. Humes talked about.
Yeah, that's accepted too.
Okay, thank you. There was some discussion at the last meeting during your cross-examination about whether irrigated vegetation would grow in the Red Hill Bay area. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
And what is your view on that, whether vegetation will grow in this area?
Vegetation, especially irrigated vegetation, will definitely grow on the Red Hill Bay site.
Do you have some photos that you'd like to share with us with regard to this issue?
Yes, I do.
Can we bring up 120? And Ms. Humes, can you help the board and everyone else and describe a little bit what this figure represents?
Sure. So this is 3 different photos of the exact same location. It is the southeast corner of the Red Hill Bay project. So you can see on the east side of the photo, there are a series of small wetlands. Those are managed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And then on the site itself, there are 2 wetland areas where vegetation has started to grow. In the top photo, the 2015 photo, you can see it's outlined in green where vegetation has been established on the playa. In 2018, that area has expanded.
Ms. Humes, can I pause you right there? I do see the 2 areas in the 2015 photo outlined in green. Can you orient us as to where on the Red Hill Bay project site those 2 green areas are?
Sure, those are both on the southeast corner of the Red Hill Bay project. So they are within the project area. And you can see the small berm. My cursor doesn't work here, but where some of the project that U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has built, just to the north of that easternmost wetland area.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Mm-hmm. On the 2018 image, you can see where the vegetation has expanded over time. And then again in the 2020 image, which is just from last year, the vegetation on its own has expanded even more out onto the playa.
And is this vegetation irrigated or is this natural?
This is all natural vegetation.
Okay. And it's a little bit obscured, but I believe there is a chart that indicates the acreage coverage of vegetation. Can you walk us through that?
Yes. So in 2015, when we mapped the vegetated areas, there were a little over 24 acres of vegetation. By 2018, that had expanded to 36 acres. And then last year in 2020, there were 69 acres of vegetation established.
So in 5 years, vegetation has tripled with no irrigation, if I'm doing my math right.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Can we look at 121, exhibit 121? And Ms. Humes, can you tell us what this exhibit is?
So this is just a close-up of those 2 vegetated areas that were on the previous image.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move 120 and 121 into evidence.
They're accepted.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Humes, there has been some discussion, I believe, or do you recall some discussion about how a shallow flooding habitat project can be quickly implemented at Red Hill Bay? Do you recall cross-examination questions in that area?
Yes.
And I'd like to ask you whether you see any impediments to quickly implementing a shallow flooding habitat project today.
Yes. Almost all of the permits that were required for the Red Hill Bay project have since expired and would need to be started all over again to get those.
So the permittee would need to start the permitting process over again?
Yes, that is correct.
And who is the permitted agency?
There are multiple permitting agencies. One would be the U.S. Army Corps, and one of the others would be California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Okay. And what entity obtained these permits?
U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service originally received these permits. They obtained.
Okay. Let's move to Exhibit 133. Do you recognize this exhibit, Ms. Humes?
Yes, it is the Department of Army nationwide permit verification to Mr. Shoneman from June 20th of 2014.
And what does that mean?
So basically the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service applied for a nationwide permit for part of the Red Hill Bay project to discharge of dredged or fill material into waters of the U.S. As part of the Section 404 of the Clean Water Act.
Okay, and is there an expiration date on this permit?
Yes, there is.
And can you help us and explain to us how that works?
So typically permits are valid for 5 years from the date of issuance. So in this case, it would have been 2019. And unless you amend your permit, it expires. And based on my experience, once a permit has expired, you can't go back in time and amend it. You have to start the process all over again.
Let's move to 134. And you recognize this document?
Yes, it is the California Department of Fish and Wildlife Lake and Streambed Alteration Agreement to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for the Red Hill Bay Restoration Project.
And that's a permit that's necessary for Fish and Wildlife to construct their Red Hill Bay project?
Yes, it is.
Can I direct your attention to page 15?
Yes.
And can you tell us what the term of the permit is or when the permit expires?
So this term or this agreement expired on December 31st, 2019. And unless it is terminated or extended before then, it just expires. And again, you have to start all over to get an application going and then a permit and agreement.
Okay, so given that these two permits, and you said others, have expired, what would Fish and Wildlife have to do to move its shallow flood habitat project forward at this point?
They would need to start the permit process all over again for at least both of these permits. They would need to submit applications to the respective agencies, pay any fees associated with them, and then go through the process of getting the permit. And that takes some amount of time. It depends on the type of permit and exactly what you're asking for.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. I have no further questions on redirect.
Thank you.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Chair, could I move in 133 and 134?
Sure, accepted.
And I think that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McFarland. County Council has some questions.
Yes, I have just a couple redirect questions. So you were talking about, sorry, thank you. So I do have some redirect questions. You were talking about the proactive dust control plan. Was that plan ever approved by the Air District?
No, that is not the purpose of the proactive dust control plan.
Okay, it's a yes or no question. Did the Air District approve the proactive dust control plan?
No.
Okay, and isn't it an IID document? It's just an IID document, isn't that true?
Yes, in collaboration with the Air District.
Okay, but it's not the Air District's document, isn't that true?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and in that, with respect to the proactive dust control plan, did you ever receive a letter from the Air District stating that surface roughening or furrows was BACM?
No.
And now I'd like to bring you to Mr. Desert's statements. Isn't it true that what Mr. Desert stated at the meeting was that he was happy about advancements in surface roughening, not that he was happy about surface roughening being constructed?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that again?
So you quoted Mr. Desert about stating that Mr. Desert was basically in agreement with surface roughening. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what I'm saying is that is not a fair representation of that sentence, because it says that Mr. Desert is happy about advancements in surface roughening, not that he was happy that surface roughening would be implemented with the current technology. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay. And the area that you were showing in your photographs with the wetlands area or the planting that you were showing, is that on Alamo North or is that on Red Hill Bay project area?
Those were on Red Hill Bay.
Okay. And does the proactive dust control plan, does it include Red Hill Bay project in it?
The 2019-2020 proactive dust control plan includes surface roughening on the Red Hill Bay project.
Okay, does it's included as a specific project or is there just a blurb about it?
It's included in the project area. We explain what we are going to do in that project, that larger project area.
So IID was committing to that, is what you're saying, through that plan?
We are committing to do surface roughening in the Red Hill Bay project until U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service completes their Red Hill Bay project.
Okay, but you understand that surface roughening is not BACM, isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay, and when you were showing your slides, isn't it true that you were showing a small portion of the entire Red Hill Bay site? Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay, and what percentage is that vegetation of the entire Red Hill Bay project site?
I don't know. I'd have to do some math.
But isn't it true that it's really relatively small compared to the rest of the area?
I'm not sure. I'd have to do some math.
Well, you've seen the maps, haven't you, of the Red Hill Bay area and the project maps that IID has set forth? Have you seen those maps?
Yes.
Okay. And on those maps, isn't there a very small area that is the existing wetlands?
Yeah, it is. It is a small, it's about 70 acres of the total 490 acre project area.
Okay. And isn't it natural wetlands? Isn't it a natural wetlands, that area?
Some of the areas, some of the 70 acres though is more upland species that have come in on their own.
Okay. So it is, it's a natural occurrence. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you're trying to equate a natural occurrence to something, to a man-made project. Isn't that correct?
Could you repeat that again?
So I'm saying you're trying to equate a natural habitat situation with a man-made irrigated furrows and vegetation. Isn't that correct?
What I'm saying is that those photos show that vegetation can grow on the site and that with irrigation, vegetation will be able to grow on the remainder of the site.
But that area that you're referring to is a natural area. The wetlands is a natural area, right?
Yes.
ID has done, okay. And do you know what the effectiveness is of those wetlands? How effective they are in reducing air pollution?
I do not know. I mean, I can guess, but.
Okay, I don't want you to guess, just if you know or not. And sorry, I'm just looking at my notes here to see if there's anything else. You finally, you talked about the Fish and Wildlife Services expired permits. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to bring your mind back to Exhibit 63, which was all those emails back and forth with US Fish and Wildlife Service. Do you remember those?
Vaguely, yes.
We just before lunch went through each one of those emails with you in Exhibit 63. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. And anywhere in those emails, did Fish and Wildlife seem concerned about the fact that some of the permits were expired?
No, but permits were not brought up at all in that email.
I just am asking you a yes or no question. Did Mr. Schoeneman express concern that the project might be delayed because of expired permits?
No.
Okay. And isn't it true that instead of being concerned about expired permits, that Mr. Schoeneman was urging IID to cooperate with the Red Hill Bay project? Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay. Those are all the questions that I have. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Ms. Humes. Mr. McFarland?
Yeah, just a couple of questions. And, you know, I saw, Ms. Humes, that you indicated that you'd have to do a little bit of math to figure out how much of the surface area is covered with vegetation. And I just wanted to slow things down a little bit because I think we can do the math. Did your exhibit indicate that approximately 70 acres was currently covered with vegetation?
Yes.
And is the total area approximately 500 acres, maybe a little less than 500 acres?
Yes.
Okay, so if we divide 70 by 500, that's the same as dividing 7 by 50, if I'm doing it right. So that would be 14% of the Red Hill Bay project area. Do I have that approximately right?
Yes, I believe so.
And is your point that vegetation already covers 14% of the project area, and in your mind, adding irrigation water would allow the vegetation to propagate throughout the area?
Yes.
I think that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. County Council?
We're getting narrower. So I'd like to have the project map, which was an earlier exhibit. It's an exhibit 1 through 5, the one that's attached to the draft order for abatement that shows the project proposed. Do you see that, Ms. Humes?
Yes.
Okay. And can you point out, well, let me just start with, does the red lines, is that pretty well delineate where the Red Hill Bay project area is?
Yes.
Okay. And are those two, or actually that one green area that is, I believe on the south part of the property, is that the vegetation area that you're talking about?
That is one of them, yes.
Okay, but is that the only area on the Red Hill Bay project where there's existing wetland?
I'm sorry, I may have missed this. Are you referring to the two different wetland areas, or were you referring to one in particular?
So I'm asking you I'm asking you to basically point out where the wetland habitat area was that you were talking about on the Red Hill Bay project area.
Okay, so it's the square that has the APN of 020-100-023, and also right below the area that has 020-100-042.
Okay, so it's the green areas on the map, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the white areas, those areas do not have any wetland vegetation, isn't that true?
They may not have wetland vegetation, but there is scattered upland vegetation throughout the whole project area.
But does it have natural wetlands in those other areas?
Not wetlands, but upland vegetation.
So your belief is that the wetland area, natural wetland area, can be expanded by the irrigated furrow project. Is that your position?
I'm stating that vegetation can be expanded onto the project area. It may not necessarily be wetland vegetation, but there are other vegetation types that could be established out on the project area.
Okay, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought your earlier testimony was basically that vegetation should be able to grow on the Red Hill habitat area because look, there's these two little areas of natural wetlands. Isn't that correct?
You're mixing up my words. What I'm trying to state is that vegetation can grow on the project area because there are already wetlands in particular that are growing. Not all vegetation falls into wetland habitat.
Well, if I understood correctly that you were discussing though the wetlands, the natural wetlands habitat as a way of demonstrating that man-made furrows and vegetation would there be no problem for it to grow on the Red Hill Bay project area?
There would be no issues growing vegetation on the project area. The reason there is not currently vegetation growing in other areas is because there is no access to water.
Okay, and don't you base your contention on the fact that there are these two little natural wetlands area on the Red Hill Bay property?
Yes, there are two wetland areas on the property that have established vegetation. But what you fail to realize though is that those do
I'm not asking, excuse me, I'm not asking for you to give me a narrative. I just need you to answer the questions that I have very respectfully. I want to get through this.
No, let's stop.
So what
Let's
I'm
stop
trying
right.
to-
Let's stop right there. Ms. Humes was answering your question. She was in mid-sentence and you cut her off.
I'm permitted to do that because it was non-responsive to my question, which was a yes or no question. And if you would let me finish, I have this one last question that I'm trying to get an answer, and then I'll be done. So, Ms.
I would
Humes,
ask you that when the witness is answering your question to let her complete her answer. It's a common courtesy.
I'm not going to if it is not responsive. So
It's not responsive to your question because you don't want the answer.
Okay, you're
Let's
I'm trying to
rephrase,
ask you-
excuse me,
Uh-huh.
rephrase the question so it can be clear for her.
Sure,
And give you a straight answer, please.
absolutely, no problem. So you have stated that you believe vegetation can grow on the Red Hill Bay project area. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay, and you have based that on the fact that there are these two little natural wetlands area that are on the property. Isn't that true?
I'm going to object that misstates her testimony. Her testimony is that there are 70 acres of vegetation, which comprises 14 or 15% of the entire project area. You're insisting on calling it little or very tiny or words to that extent. It's 15% of the project area. Let's ask non-argumentative questions.
It wasn't argumentative, and if you would let her, you actually interrupted the witness in mid-answer. So I'm going to ask you not to do that, please. So Ms. Humes, could you answer the question, please?
I'm sorry, could you restate the question?
So what I'm asking you is that you base your belief that vegetation, there would be no problem growing vegetation on the Red Hill Bay project area because there are these two small wetland areas, natural wetland areas that are on the property. Isn't that true?
No. I'm saying if you apply water to the area, you can get vegetation to grow.
Okay, so you really don't have any basis for making that statement, isn't it true?
No, that's not true. There's two wetlands there because water is applied. They're drainage water onto the site that has established the vegetation. If you apply water to the playa and do any sort of seeding, you will get vegetation to grow.
Okay, and so just to get back to my original question, which was you are basing your decision, your belief that vegetation can grow on the Red Hill Bay project area on these wetland areas that are already natural wetlands areas that are already on the property.
That's not my only basis. We have vegetation that is being established based on applying water just to the west of the Red Hill Bay project area. That's not the only basis.
Is that Alamo North?
No, that is the Alamo South project area.
Okay. And has IID done any technical analysis that has been approved by EPA and the Air District to show whether or not, first of all, it meets BACM, and secondly, what its effectiveness is?
IID is currently working to establish vegetation on the playa. And as part of our proactive dust control program, we are conducting performance monitoring of our projects where we are establishing vegetation, and we will be working towards reaching BACM on those areas.
Okay, so as it stands right now, IID doesn't have a project, a vegetation project, where it has shown to the satisfaction of EPA and the Air District that the vegetation plan complies with BACM.
It's not required to do so.
Okay, but it hasn't done so, isn't that correct?
It's not required to do so. Why would we do something we're not required to do?
Well, if you could just answer the question is you haven't done it, isn't that correct?
It's not required to do so.
Okay, I'll take that as a no. So really, there's been no official approval that your vegetation is Backum, because Backum by the law has to be approved by EPA and the Air District. Isn't that correct?
Your rules in Rule 800 state the performance criteria of which we have to meet Backum. I don't know why you're asking me if we've submitted anything to get anything approved. Your rules state how we are to meet the performance criteria of Backum, including vegetation.
Okay, and you do understand, I think we made this clear earlier this morning, that EPA and the Air District have to approve whatever the Backum measure is. Isn't that correct? For it to be considered Backum.
Vegetation is an approved Backum. It's in your rules.
That's not my question that I'm asking you. If you could just respond to the question, we can get this done really quick. So
Backum is approved in your rules. Vegetation establishment is a Backum approved in your rules.
First of all, I'm asking you a different question. And would you please stick to the question that I'm asking so we can get through this in a quick manner? So what I'm asking you is your vegetation plan, vegetation irrigated furrow plan, has that plan been approved by EPA and the Air District as Backum?
It doesn't have to be.
Okay, that's not my question. If you could just answer yes or no, we could get through this quicker. Yes or no?
It doesn't have to be.
I'm asking you whether or not it has been done. That
it doesn't have to be, so it has not been done. No.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, both.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. McFarland?
Thank you. We have no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Are there any other witnesses or people that will be involved in today's hearing?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we'd like to call our next witness, who is Brian Schmidt. And Mr. Chair, if you could give us 3 minutes, we've got to reconfigure some of our laptops and et cetera to effectuate this. So if we could have a 3-minute break, that'd be great.
It's 1:24. Let's reconvene at 1:30.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
anything. Close meeting.
It's 1:30. Let's reconvene in this meeting, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. I'd like to call Brian Schmidt, please.
Morning or afternoon now.
Has
Good
Brian been, just a second, has Brian been sworn this morning?
Yes, he was.
Okay, thank you.
Brian, just to confirm, you were sworn in before we started, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. Can I share my screen?
Sure, hopefully you'll be able to. There you go.
All right.
Just give it a minute there. Okay.
Okay. Which screen? Are you seeing the main screen?
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Brian Mark Schmidt, SCHMID.
Can you tell us a little bit about your background, Mr. Schmidt?
Absolutely. So I'm an agronomist, otherwise known as a plant scientist and a soil scientist. I have a bachelor's and master's degree in soil science. Outside of my educational background, I have a strong agricultural background, raised on a multi-generational family farm that's still in operation and which I'm a part of. I'm currently employed by Formation Environmental. My role is managing partner of the firm, and I'm a principal scientist. Formation is roughly 90 employees, and over the last 15 years, I've built a team of dedicated experts that tackle air quality, water resource, and environmental challenges. And my specific expertise is those issues related to terminal playa lakes around the world. So I've worked on Owens Lake since 2005. I'm currently Formation has a prime contract with Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, where we support them on science, technology, and regulatory issues at Owens Lake, and I'm the project manager there. I also work extensively at Salton Sea, and I have since 2005 for Imperial Irrigation District. And then outside of those terminal playa lakes in California, I work on several in South America in the Atacama. Atacama is the driest place on Earth. And I work on a couple of, they're called salars there, but Salar de Maricunga, Laguna del Negro Francisco, and Salar de Atacama in South America.
Now, you mentioned that your firm does consulting work with IID, is that correct?
That's correct.
Does that work include working on its air quality mitigation program?
Correct, yes. And the air quality mitigation program was designed and conceived in collaboration with the Air District to comprehensively and in a science-based adaptive manner proactively deal with the receding Salton Sea and the air quality issues that arise from the exposed playa. And so the stated goal of the air quality program is to proactively detect, locate, assess, and identify options to mitigate dust emissions from exposed Salton Sea playa. So kind of put more simply, there's three main pillars to the program. And the first pillar is the emissions estimate. So in general, you can't manage a problem, an air problem, until you know where the emissions are coming from. And so the whole first pillar is designed to estimate those emissions and rank them and prioritize the areas that are most emissive for the second part of the program, which is planning and designing dust control measures. And so once priority playa areas are identified, they're go through a planning process with the IID to look at the unique conditions of the site that dust control is needed, look at water availability, look at soil conditions, and provide options in terms of the types of dust control measures that would work most effectively from a performance standpoint, as well as from a cost standpoint. That third pillar is really the implementation of the program. So the implementation, I should say, of those yearly plans, those proactive dust control plans, which I think have been talked about. And I think one of the more important parts of that third pillar is not just that the projects get put on the ground, but that they're adaptively managed and monitored from a performance standpoint. So we worked quite extensively with the Air District to design a performance monitoring solution that uses multiple lines of evidence to ensure that the dust control measures are performing as we want them to. And if they're not, then a process is in place to either do maintenance, replace the dust control measure, or augment the dust control measure.
Thank you. I want to focus on that first pillar that you're talking about, the emissions estimate. What's the goal or the objectives of that first pillar?
Yep. So again, you can't manage a problem until you know where it is. And so the goal of that first pillar is to provide objective data, scientific data, to understand where and when dust emissions occur on the playa. When they do occur, how much is emitted, and then using that information, prioritize the areas of the playa that should be where dust control is needed. Again, this is an evolving situation. As the sea recedes, things are changing rapidly. And so this is done on a continual basis, but reported on an annual basis. In the little infographic on the right, we try, it's a complicated process, but it's based off what is done at Owens Lake in their what's called the Dust ID program, Dust Identification Program. And the first thing is you have to know where your playa is being exposed. And so on the bottom, I have the map playa exposure. As of end of 2020, there's 25,600 acres of exposed playa. Of that number, about 7,000 has naturally vegetated. And the areas that don't vegetate have a variety of different surface types. And not all surfaces are vulnerable to emissions. Some are resistant and some are more vulnerable. And so there's a pretty active program to, on a monthly basis, characterize those surfaces, look at their emissions potential around the Salton Sea, and understand their what's called their vertical emission flux. They're like how they would respond in a wind event. C is actually measuring and modeling wind conditions. Wind, and just like those soil characteristics, are not equal all around the playa. There's portions of the playa that receive consistently higher winds during wind events. So when you kind of add A, B, and C up, you get to D, which is the estimated emissions. And so where you have soils that are more vulnerable to erosion and combined with areas that receive high winds, you get emissions. And so that last part shows that about 90%, just shy of 90% of all emissions come from the western portion of the Salton Sea exposed playa and the southern portion of the Salton Sea playa.
Thank you. And so I want to talk a little bit about the facilities that IID has to monitor emissions. Can you describe those to us, please?
Sure. So again, one piece is, having instrumentation out there to understand what's going on over time. And so the air quality program has, and ID has installed several monitoring stations. The red circles are long-term air quality monitoring stations. Those are TOMs, or tapered element oscillating microbalances. Those measure PM 2.5 and PM 10. And there's 6 of them around the sea. Those stations also have the whole meteorological suite. So wind speed, wind direction, temperature, relative humidity, solar radiation, all the basic meteorological parameters. There's also a series, again, because wind is critical to understanding where emissions might occur. There's additional sites with meteorological towers. Those measure wind speed and wind direction at different heights above the ground. And then the last thing is IID has put several camera installations around the Salton Sea. These are 360-view cameras that provide more visual surveillance of the sites and provide kind of that visual evidence of what's occurring during higher wind events.
So can you orient us to where these facilities are located in relation to the Salton Sea and then also the Red Hill Bay project area that we're talking about today?
Sure. So we're going to be talking about the southern part of the Salton Sea, so this area that's highlighted in orange. There we have a 360-degree camera, on-site meteorological tower, and an adjacent air quality monitoring station. So I put together a little video, just again, kind of orient folks. I spend a lot of time out here, but not everybody goes out to the fly all the time. So I just want to orient folks to where we're at. So obviously you have the Salton Sea. Here's El Centro, Imperial, Brawley, Calipatria. This is the confluence of where the Alamo River meets the Salton Sea. That's where the Red Hill Bay project is. Here's the confluence of the new river here. So I'm just going to hit play and we'll kind of spin around and I'll try to orient folks to the site. So we're turning around. Over here is Bombay Beach, Salton City. Then we're going to kind of zoom in to the site and I'll describe it a little bit more. All right, so a couple colors here. So just to kind of orient everyone, the blue area is the area that we've been talking about, which is the Red Hill Bay project. You have actual, Red Hill and the camera, the 360 cameras at the top of the hill. Here's the on-site meteorological station right here. And then the air quality monitoring network is right over here off to the page on the right. So again, Red Hill Bay project in blue. Adjacent to the Red Hill Bay project is, what we call pilot studies. So these are demonstration projects, and usually demonstration projects take multiple years. But they're vegetation and surface roughening and vegetation enhancement pilot studies. Those are in the brown areas. And then you'll see the area in pink, and we'll be talking quite a bit about the area in pink. That is the area that has been more recently exposed, and as it's been exposed in the last couple of years, it's one of those areas that has the sort of conditions that lend itself to potential emissions, and it's an area that we've been watching pretty closely, and as part of our emission estimate and the proactive dust control plan. So I think one last thing to just kind of talk to folks. So you're looking east here, and so the water here is west. When we have elevated wind conditions or wind events that come through, generally they're west to east. So they're coming off the water, going across the pink area into the project and then headed east. And that's what happened on June 5th. So we're going to talk a little bit about some views here in a minute that plays. Just give it a second.
Yep. And Brian, as that's moving forward, maybe you're going to pause it here, but we want to make sure that little red area at the top of the hill, is that where the 360-degree camera is located?
Yes, it is. That's where the 360-degree camera is located. And so, we're going to be seeing several views of this, but this is essentially looking upwind. So the wind would be coming at you and going past you. So again, the vegetation and surface roughening, you can see the vegetation out here. The pink area represents that area that I discussed previously that we'll spend some time talking about. And then off to the left over here, and I assume you can see my cursor, is the Red Hill Bay project.
Just to orient people, you're talking about the area in blue. That's the Red Hill Bay project.
The area in blue is the Red Hill Bay project, correct?
Got it.
So then I'll turn and we'll look towards the Red Hill Bay project, so that'll be downwind. So here you're looking downwind into the project itself. You can see Red Hill Road. You can see Garsh Road on this side. You can see some of the internal berms that have been constructed by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. But yes, so we're going to be, this is again the main parcel 032 that was inspected for opacity, which we'll be talking about here in a minute.
Okay. And now, can you please, do you have another map that would be able to identify the APN numbers associated with the Red Hill Bay project area?
So this is just a regular old 2D map. So this is the extent of the Red Hill Bay project and pump station. The vast majority of the project sits on the 032 parcel. Again, the Red Hill Bay project in blue. So 032 parcel, the 042 parcel, and the 023 parcel. We'll also be talking about the 003 parcel and the 004 parcel. Only a sliver on really the berm is on the 003 and 004 parcel.
And then using this same map, can we identify for everyone where the monitoring facilities are located?
Yes. Oh, sorry. So again, then we'll layer on here in a minute the surface roughening only component of the pilot study, the vegetation and surface roughening in the green. Here's the long-term air quality monitoring station down to the bottom, the on-site MET station in the middle, and the 360-degree camera at the top.
Okay, so now I want to talk to you a little bit about the notices of violation that were issued in this case. Can you give us a brief timeline leading up to when the notices were issued?
Yeah, so again, have a timeline here. This represents the numbers represent the month. So this is in 2020. So on June 5th, according to the notice of violation, and inspection for opacity was completed. Again, there was really no information provided in terms of where the opacity measurements were taken or when they were taken, other than that it was on the 032 parcel and that that they failed. So that's the June 5th date. So because we didn't have any information in terms of what the data was or were that led to the opacity violation, we used information from the air quality program to better understand what happened on that date.
So can you walk us through what happened on June 5th, please?
Sure. So again, because we have the on-site meteorological station, we just plotted the wind speed and time on the graph here on the left, and the red represents wind speed, average wind speed on a 5-minute interval, and then the gust. So the gust factor is also calculated and is the area in, or the line is gray. Excuse me.
Yeah.
And what you can see is that it's a relatively calm day until about the lunchtime hour, and then the wind speeds picked up, and they picked up through about 1800 hours, and then continued to be relatively high through the end of the day. So this is what we call a windrose. It's a way to look at the same data in the graph, but to look at sort of the direction and magnitude of where the wind was coming from during those higher speeds. And what you can see is that the vast majority of the winds of 25 miles per hour or greater were directly out of the west moving east. So again, so those strong winds would have moved across the page from west to east.
So off of the water, across the pink area, and then over to the blue. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Okay. And as a part of the air quality program, part of the emissions estimate, we monitor these kind of events as they occur. And then If we see visual evidence, we'll go back out and do what we call a dust source delineation. So we basically delineate where the dust is coming from when we see it. And so the pink area is what we call the dust source area. And during this event, the dust was originated from the 003 and 004 parcels and was transported west to east, consistent with the wind direction. So if you were to see it kind of go back in 3D like we were in the beginning, the emissions were originated, so what we call the source area, and that's pretty consistent language with what's used at Owens Lake. You always look for where the dust is coming from. Came from the pink and was transported across the Red Hill Bay project.
And now, do you have a view from the cameras for that day?
I do. I'm going to show you a couple different views. So view 1 will be looking upwind towards that pink area. So the wind will be coming at you in that view. And then I'll just show you what that view will look like. So again, just trying to orient folks. We have the round shot camera location right here on top of the hill. This is what the view will actually look like. So this will be looking, looking in the same direction. This berm right here in blue, the blue line, is this berm right here. So that's the edge of the Red Hill Bay project. So over here would be the Red Hill Bay project. That'd be this area in blue. Everything else, so essentially this black line approximates at the time the edge of the dust control pilot studies that were there. So that's the areas in the brown color. And then everything above the black line is that dust source area. So that's uncontrolled playa, newly exposed. And that's one of the areas that we're going to be talking about. You can see the piping that's right here from what was anticipated to be the barge system. That piping is right there on the view. And then I'll show you another view. So again, that's looking upwind. I'm going to show you a view looking downwind. And this one's important because this one is actually looking at the 032 parcel, which was the, according to the violation, was the parcel that was inspected for opacity. So that's looking downwind towards the Red Hill Bay project. So again, this is just tilted. You're seeing, here's the camera location. Here's what the view will actually look like. And so again, to orient everyone, this is Red Hill Road. You can see it right here. You have Garst Road on the top, Garst Road there. You can see the piping again on the project, but that's looking into the 032 parcel, which was the one that was cited into violation.
Okay. Can you walk us through the videos now for that day?
Sure. So again, top view is upwind, looking, at the wind coming at you. What's that?
So you're looking at the Salton Sea in that first top video.
Correct. You're looking at the Salton Sea. You're looking at that dust source area that I discussed previously. This is looking upwind. This is not the Red Hill Bay project. This is the 003 parcel and 004 parcel. The bottom is essentially a continuation. So this hill right over here is continued over here and looking into the 032 parcel, which is downwind and is the Red Hill Bay project. So these are 360 cameras. So just like your iPhone, you turn around and do a panoramic image, there's a place where you have to do a splice. And that's right here in the bottom image. And so at times of contrasting or where illumination is changing quickly, like for instance, a cloud goes overhead or it's dusk or dawn, there's a timing difference between when, as you turn around and take the 360-degree shot. So slight illumination change. It's most noticeable in those when illumination is changing quickly, but this will go away as we get into the day. Again, this is just the wind speed over time, and the blue bar will represent sort of where we're at as the images step through the day. So I'm just going to hit play. I'll stop a couple times as we go through, but it's 6 o'clock in the morning. You can see we're just going to cycle through. At this time, winds are below 10 miles per hour, so it's a really calm time of the day. No visible plumes being generated either upwind or downwind. And we'll just kind of keep going through time. And I'll just, draw your attention to, I guess, let me stop here and just add one more thing. Because we have no information about where the opacity measurements were taken, one thing that we did is whenever we see any activity on the site, we highlight it. Because we, have little information about when the opacity measurements were taken, other than when I believe during one of the first days of testimony, there was information given on the time, so 3:51 and 4:05. So we'll stop at those times. But other than that, you'll see pop-ups showing when there's activity on site, and then when we start to see things become active from a dust plume. So again, 8 o'clock in the morning, and you'll see this ridge of clouds that's coming towards us.
That's in the top photo, just for everybody to watch.
Yep, that's the frontal system that's going to pass through and bring the high winds later in the day. So as that gets closer, you're going to start to see regional haze. So there's other sources in the valley, natural sources associated with the desert and other sources that occur during these types of events and create sort of regional haze. But as this gets closer, we're going to start to see, so at 11:30, again, this is over here on this side, we see the faint sign of an SUV and a person on the actual 032 parcel. But we're getting closer to that time frame when wind speeds are going to start to pick up. So it's about 12:10 now we're getting into the afternoon hours. We see a van arriving, but now you can see that front is about on us, and the wind speeds are really picking up. At about 1:10, we see an individual looking into the 032 parcel, and then about 10 minutes later, on the 003 parcel. So again, this top is not the Red Hill Bay project, but this is IID's dust control pilot study, is another person looking into that area. But even though the winds are at 20 miles per hour on average, gusting to 25, the site itself is relatively calm. So there's no visible plumes being generated either on the Red Hill Bay project on the bottom or the dust source area on the top. So about 2:50, we see a white SUV arrive. We see it go back the other way about 10 minutes later. Now we're at about 25 miles per hour, gusting to 30. And still oh, God darn it, sorry about that.
That's okay.
Try to go back. So we'll just keep going. So as we get So again, that SUV at 250 goes back the other way at 3. So even at this time frame, winds 25 to 30 miles per hour. There's regional haze, but there's, I think here, and this is where I want to stop. So according to the testimony of one of the inspectors on the first day of this proceeding, it was acknowledged that the first opacity reading was done at 3:51 p.m. So this is as close as we get to that time frame. This is at 3:50. Wind speeds in the 25 mile an hour range, gusting to 30. And again, what you can see is, this regional haze that's, creating lower visibility. But in terms of the site itself, there's no evidence of dust plumes at this time, either upwind outside of the Red Hill Bay project or downwind on the Red Hill Bay project itself. So I'll stop at 4 o'clock. There was a 4:05 reading. Again, same thing, regional haze from other sources, but in terms of coming off the site, it's relatively calm. No visible plumes, at least at this time step. So I'll keep going. 410, same thing, but our wind speeds are now getting up to the 30-mile-an-hour range, gusting to 35. And we're going to start to see some more activity on the upwind side.
And that's the top photo that everybody can see. Okay.
So here, again, I'll just stop it real briefly. This is at 5:20 in the afternoon, 30 miles per hour, gusting to 35 or greater. And I have put some arrows on the top to kind of show, and there'll be some better images, but this is that pink area that we talked about as the dust source. The area up here on that first arrow is an area that I want to draw people's attention to. There's a bigger distance between the edge of the Salton Sea and the edge of the IID pilot study. And so because there's a bigger distance there, that's the area that generates the larger dust plumes. And that's compared to this area over here where there's a shorter distance between the edge of the pilot study and the edge of the Salton Sea. So we'll see smaller plumes from this area.
And when you say this area, you're talking about the right side of the screen.
The right arrow, correct.
Yes.
So what is happening is this dust plumes are being generated from the pink area. They're being transported to the left here. And then we're picking that up, that transport up downwind in the view on the bottom. But what we don't see on the view on the bottom is this signal of the actual dust source origination, where the plume originates. So we'll keep going, and there'll be some better videos. This is at 5:30. We see another SUV, and again, the arrows are kind of pointing at different things. But as we get closer to the 7 o'clock hour, there's a good snapshot. There we go. So this is at 7 o'clock. This is one of the peak wind speeds that we saw, about 35 gusting to 45, so significant winds. And what we see here is what I discussed earlier. So in this area off to the right, we are seeing dust plumes that are originating in that uncontrolled playa between the pilot study and the sea, but these are smaller plumes. But the bigger long run-out plumes are over here on the left side. So those, because that's a wider distance from the edge of the sea to the edge of the pilot study, that area has a longer, what we call fetch distance, and can create a bigger plume. And so that bigger plume travels and is transported to the left and picked up over here. And that's what's creating this haze over here. But what we don't see, at least in these images, is this signal that you see in terms of dust origination is not something that we see down here. We basically see transport, not dust source origination. So this is getting close to the edge of daylight hours. And the last, I think, activity we see on the playa is about 7:50 in the evening. Looks like an individual looking out towards the dust source area.
So if we go back to the 2D map that we had earlier, can you just summarize sort of what happened on the 5th?
I can. So again, this is the Red Hill Bay project in blue. This is the 032 parcel, the 042 parcel, and the 023 parcel. That area that we saw dust originate from is the pink. Again, we had high winds and we started to see dust being generated after the 1800 hour time frame. Those winds were straight out of the west moving east. And so upwind of the project in that pink area, dust was originated and transported across the project.
All right, now I want to talk about the next inspection date, which I believe is June 18th. Oh, I'm sorry, you have one more view there?
Yeah, and this is again just to you know, orient folks. Again, you saw this 3D view. Wind was from the bottom of the page to the top of the page, so west to east, originated from the pink area, was transported across the site, across the Red Hill Bay project. When I say site, across the Red Hill Bay project in blue.
Thank you. So let's focus now on June 18th and what happened that day.
Okay. So again, just like the 5th, very little information provided on the inspection done on June 18th. Sort of unlike the 5th was an opacity, so there was a wind event, so there was opacity readings. On the 18th, the inspection was a stability inspection. Again, because we didn't have any information about where the inspection was completed, other than that it was on the 003 parcel, we used the camera to help understand where those inspections were completed.
And can you show us that on the map we were looking at earlier?
Sure. So again, we went through all of the data from the camera from that day, and wherever we saw activity or people or vehicles on the playa, we put a little dot on the estimated location on the map. So the blue dots represent where the inspections, or where we think the inspections were completed, based on the activity that was viewed on the camera during the entire day.
And can you show us the view from the camera so everyone can see that?
So again, we're going to be looking in that southwest direction. So this is the same direction. This is upwind. The Red Hill Bay project would be off to the left. So we really don't even see the Red Hill Bay project in this view. The camera does see it, but this is focused in this area because this is where all the human activity on the playa was concentrated. So, sorry, let me start this again. It's kind of finicky. So we'll go through the time frame. About 9:20, we see a car show up, and you can see that it heads out to that area where we saw the dust emissions. So it heads out to the 003 parcel, to that pink area. Again, this is above IID's pilot study. It's not the Red Hill Bay project. We see, and there'll be some, people getting out, walking around. You can clearly see them walking around, and looking at different parts of the uncontrolled playa. And then at 10:30 a.m., they move slightly to the right, again, still on the 003 parcel. Here you can clearly see the vegetation in IID's pilot study, and they're above that on that uncontrolled, that pink area that I've been referencing. And they're there for a while, walking around. And then the last time we see anybody on the playa is at 11 a.m. And they're right on the berm road that separates the Red Hill Bay project from IID's project, and that's at 11 o'clock.
Okay, so let's talk about the last inspection before the notice of violation was issued. That was on June 20th, correct?
Correct. So there was an inspection done on June 20th. Again, very little information provided in terms of what was done or where it was done, other than it was on the APN, the 003 parcel.
And so going back to the map that we've been using, can you identify, based on the camera views, where we saw people that day on the playa?
Correct. So this time it's represented by the purple areas with the purple circles. So during the 20th, which was a Saturday, these were the approximate locations where people were observed on the playa. And just again, this is the 003 parcel. Over here is the Red Hill Bay project, the 032 parcel and the 042 parcel.
And just to orient everyone, that was by colors, the blue area is the Red Hill Bay, and then the pink area is not Red Hill Bay.
The pink area is not Red Hill Bay. That's the uncontrolled area of more recently exposed playa, and that's below the IID at the time, the extent of the IID pilot study.
So can you show us the camera views for that day?
Sure. So again, same view that I showed earlier. At about 8:40, we see a very similar vehicle to the 18th show up, and again goes out past the Red Hill Bay project, past the IID pilot study, to that pink area. And we see people walking around, and you can see they spend quite a bit of time out there. This is 9:10. 3 people this time just walking around, looking at different areas on the playa. 10 o'clock, 10:10. Again, closer to the edge of the sea, outside of the IID pilot study. So then we kind of move to the northwest, again, that same view. About 10:20, we see a black pickup arrive. We see people get out, walk around. And again, this is in IID's vegetation-based pilot study. And in this area, we see people out looking at the vegetation itself, different plants and things like that. But that's the last time at 11:20 that we see anybody on the playa.
And those were the only inspections performed before the notices of violation were issued that we know of.
These dates are the only dates that were where inspections were, if I go back to this, where inspections were done prior to the notice of violation. So again, June 5th, that was an opacity. So there was a wind event. There were observers, it appears, out there looking at the opacity of the 032 parcel. Again, the dust source was not on the Red Hill Bay project. It was on the area outside the Red Hill Bay project. Then on June 18th, a stability inspection, again on the 003 parcel. From what we can tell from the imagery and from the camera, data from the camera, all of those inspections were done on the area that generated dust on the on the June 5th parcel, or June 5th date, but were not, none of these inspections on on the 18th and 20th were on the Red Hill Bay project. They were on the 003 parcel and that area in pink that we've been talking about.
So I want to talk to you about the stability inspections, which were done on the 18th and the 20th. Can you describe the tests that were supposedly performed?
Yeah, and again, normally there would be field sheets and there'd be information that would be provided in terms of, where the inspections were completed and what the data that was collected, what it concluded. But generally, there's 2 tests. There's what's called the ball drop test. And here you take, it's just like it sounds. You take a metal ball that's 16 to 17 grams in terms of weight and 15.99 or 15.9 millimeters. And you drop that from 1 foot off the ground. And prior to dropping that, if there's any blow sand, so if there's any deposited material on the native surface, that's supposed to be cleared away, because really what this test is meant to do is understand how resistant that surface is to disturbance. So that ball is dropped from a 1 foot elevation above the ground, 1 foot height above the ground, and it's dropped 3 times in a 1 foot by 1 foot area. And if 2 out of the 3 tests pass, then that particular site passes. And there's some language that talks about what passing is, but it's a pretty qualitative, to say the least, a qualitative test. And that has to be done on several areas of the site that represent the conditions of the site, right? So if you have a diverse site, you would do more of these tests. If you have a pretty homogeneous site, you would do less of these tests.
And what about the other test that was performed?
So this is the sieve test. So that's described in Appendix B, Section D of Rule 800. Again, a very simple procedure based on a 1952 paper from Shapil. Again, you choose, based on your site that you're inspecting, 3 samples are chosen randomly to represent the conditions of the site. And you sample the soil. And I don't know if folks know what a sieve is, but it's basically one of these round containers that has a screen in it. And that screen has different size openings. And it's a set of 5 sieves and a collector pan. And those 5 sieves have, the first one's a 4 millimeter opening, a 2 millimeter opening, 1, 0.5, and 0.24 millimeter opening. And then the collector pan at the bottom. So basically take your soil sample, you put it in the top of the sieve, and then there's procedures for shaking that sieve in a circular motion. And then once that shaking is complete, you take the sieves apart and weigh them to figure out which sieve has the highest or has the most soil left on top of it. So as an example, if this third sieve down right here, the 1 millimeter sieve, sieve number 18, USTM 11, sieve number 18 has the most soil on it. That would be then equated, right? So there's basically an empirical relationship between the sieve size and the threshold frictional velocity. And so the threshold frictional velocity, what that means is that's the wind velocity at the soil surface that's needed to generate emissions. So 76 centimeters per second is estimated at that 1 millimeter opening to produce a threshold frictional velocity of 76 centimeters per second. But I think it's important to also point out that, so that's just one component. If there are other, like say for instance, less than 10% vegetation cover, or if there are non-erodible elements, let's say you have rocks or other non-erodible elements on the site, those are, there's a procedure for incorporating those into the calculation and correcting the threshold frictional velocity. So essentially, if you are below 100 centimeters per second on these 3 samples, then you fail the sieve test.
And to your knowledge, was IID ever provided any field notes or information about these tests that were performed?
Not to my knowledge, no, no information. I think there was a request specifically to try to get this information that was denied. And I think the other thing to just point out is like these tests, are pretty basic, and I have a pretty vast experience, estimating emissions and working on other playas, and these are not used on other playa projects. More playa specific, more playa, scientific methods are used for playa surfaces and other projects, like for instance Owens Lake.
Now I want to talk to you about that pink area that we saw in the map earlier. Has IID done anything to mitigate the emissions that we saw on June 5th?
Yeah, good question. Again, the dust source area represented by these basic black dots, transported across the Red Hill Bay project from this area. In early November, the surface roughening was extended closer to the sea, to close the gap between the existing pilot study and the current shoreline. And then a portion of the site that is more sandy in nature has been prioritized for vegetation establishment. And that's currently in the works and will occur this spring 2021.
So looking at this map, just to orient everyone, the areas in yellow are the areas where the surface roughening was done. And then the area that's in, I guess you would say, bright green, is where the surface roughening and vegetation establishment is happening.
Right. And I think it's important to point out, I mean, there are limited tools available to quickly and effectively deal with a dust source like this. And so the best tool available is to extend that surface roughening, calm the site down, and work to get vegetation established. That's the plan, and that's the basis of what IID proposed in their proactive dust control plan for this area, and they've been working to implement.
Oh, sorry about that. How does surface roughening help establish the plants? Can you explain that for everyone?
In a couple ways, and I'll get to this a little bit later. But one of the things that we've found both on Owens Lake and Salton Sea is that in a uncontrolled situation, so playa that's uncontrolled and is actively emitting dust, you have what's called a process of saltation. So sand is literally bouncing across the surface, and it's abrading the surface and anything that's on the surface. So the first step is to stop that saltation, because that saltation not only creates dust, but it can abrade or damage any plant material that you're trying to get established. So both at Owens Lake as well as here, the first step is to, again, stop that saltation, which allows you to then begin, so has the added benefit of first reducing emissions, but then second, providing the mechanism and the protection for the vegetation so that it can get through that initial establishment to something that can then stand up to the wind, can stand up to the saltation and be effective.
And so can you show us sort of a before and after? You said that IID did the initial step towards establishing vegetation in November. Is that correct?
That's correct. So again, this is just more data that is collected from the air quality program. We're looking at the same. So on the top, it's a wind event from the 25th of October, 2020. So you can see that there were visible plumes, again, very similar to what we saw on the 5th. You can see what the wind speed looked like. And on the bottom, you might think, well, that's a high wind day and a low wind day. And it's not. They're both high wind days. But what's different on the bottom is that in between the 25th and the 7th, that initial surface roughening IID had implemented and begun to implement. And so, again, the major benefit of doing something quickly is that it reduces emissions. And so what that looks like is something like this. So you have linear furrows, and this kind of roughening creates from top of the ridge to the bottom of the furrow is well over 3 feet. And so that creates a ridge. And what it does is when you create a ridge like that, and especially when the ridge has these non-erodible clods on it, right? It slows the wind speed at the surface. So basically what it does is the wind's trucking along through uncontrolled playa, it hits a rough surface, creates turbulence and slows down. And therefore you no longer have that really high wind speed at the surface. Our data show that, and it's consistent with all the literature, that we get almost a 50% reduction in wind speed from the uncontrolled to the controlled. And so if you have, let's say, a 15-mile-an-hour wind uncontrolled, you would knock that down by 50%, and therefore that wind no longer has the energy to create dust. So it's a really quick, effective method. But what we did, and the whole goal is that this is not long-term. vegetation needs to be established. And so we leave space not too big, but big enough that we can come back and begin establishing vegetation in that inner row. So this is an adaptive, a proactive method for, protecting human health in terms of doing something immediately, but then also providing flexibility in the future to augment it with, more traditional vegetation-based controls.
And do you have one more view from the cameras for that, comparing that same 2 days?
Again, you can see the new surface roughening here on the bottom. Same, very similar wind event, and you can see, qualitatively the difference that it makes. And I think I'll just point out that all of these sites are pilot studies, so they're extremely well instrumented, meaning we know how well these sites are performing. And there's a range of control efficiencies that we see, but it's always 80 to 99%. So some soils it's 99% control, and some soils that are more sandy, it's more like 80% control. So, but that's still knocking down 80% of the emissions, which is substantial and allows, like I said, those other dust control measures to be implemented.
Now, you talked about how this is just the first step in a bigger plan. Can you talk about what the bigger Backham plan is?
Right, and so what IID has proposed is Backham. So it has multiple steps, but it's an aggressive, proactive plan. It's to apply and maintain water, which is the first Backham, and then to establish vegetation, which is the second Backham. And the goal is to do it as quickly as possible to protect public health, prioritize the quickest approach to comply with Imperial County Air Pollution Control District's rules, but also realize that there's potential other uses, and that we want, that IID wants to preserve those options for future. And so nothing in this Backham plan prevents this site from becoming a habitat site or from geothermal or any of those things. So the first step is we have to do some earthwork, land leveling, earthwork, and what we call furrowing or a little bit of roughening. And again, that's providing two benefits. One, it is providing immediate control, and then it's also providing the mechanism to convey water and therefore establish vegetation, which is step two. So once that's done, we would begin applying and maintaining water. We would drill seed these swales, which I'll show here in a second. And we know, based on all the work that's been done since 2015 on vegetation-based pilot studies, that we need to leach the soil. So we need to put on a volume of water to get the soil from, natively it's about 100 decisiemens per meter in terms of salinity, and we need to get it down to about 30, which, it takes about 3 irrigation events to be able to do. But once we get down to that 30 decisiemens per meter, the native plants that we've selected will begin to germinate and take off. And then step 3 is continuing to apply water to establish that vegetation. And step 4 is throughout that whole period, beginning immediately with land leveling, we would monitor performance. So that means that we put instrumentation out there, visual surveillance, to monitor dust control performance throughout the establishment period. And I think this has been one of the confusing pieces. IID is not proposing anything different than what is already approved Backham in 804. So they're committing to the vegetation requirements in the Backham of 30%. So yes, IID does have other pilot studies where they're doing vegetation and looking at a lower cover percentage, because all the literature and all of our experience tells us that we likely don't need 30%, but we need to prove that we need less cover than what's already approved Backham. So that's an ongoing project. But what IID has proposed for this project is, quite frankly, to absolutely meet that 30% vegetation cover target standing vegetation. And again, because we're doing this, 3-4 step approach, there's no reason that this site couldn't be, once U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is able to finish construction, that this can be converted to a habitat project. There's, again, flexibility for future use. So, what this looks like is every 30 feet, there would be some roughening, and that roughening provides two things. One, those furrows and the ridges protect the intervening playa where we're establishing vegetation. And they also provide a drainage component for the vegetation. And then there'd be a 30-foot vegetated segment, and it would alternate. And so this setup allows us to get to that 30% cover as quickly as possible, and it also allows us to reduce emissions on the site immediately.
Do you have some pictures of the different vegetation that IID is proposing to use?
Yes. So again, IID, as part of the air quality program, has been studying the use of native salt-tolerant shrub species for use on the playa. So like I said, one of the first things that everyone noticed is that naturally, vegetation is establishing in certain areas along the playa. So like I said, about 7,000 acres of vegetation is just naturally established across the playa in the last few years. We've gone out and studied why that's happening and looked at the species that are colonizing and the conditions that they're colonizing in. The two main species are Allenroffe occidentalis, which is iodine bush, its common name, and then Atriplex lentiformis, big salt bush. And then Sueda nigra is another species that we commonly use, which is also salt tolerant and one of the species. So the photo on the top is what Allenroffe looks like when it's mature. It's about 1 meter tall, and it's a big giant shrub that that protects the surface around it. The picture in the middle is we did a series of plot studies on different soil types all around the Salton Sea. And we looked at 9 different treatments. So we looked at, well, what if we irrigate? What if we don't irrigate? What if we seed? What if we don't seed? What if we fertilize? What if we do everything? We throw the book at it in terms of all the cultural practices. We reclaim the soil, irrigate more than we think we need to. We put compost, fertilizer. How does that affect growth? And so that study's been going on since 2015 and continues to be monitored today. And we found that, one, that's how we know what conditions vegetation can grow in. And we know the best practices from a agricultural standpoint can be used to facilitate quick growth. So, and then the one on the bottom is the Alamo North project that Ms. Humes talked about earlier. Again, linear vegetated furrows in that area.
And just to clarify, all of these photos are of vegetation on IID land around the playa?
Yes. So again, I think the other components of the plan that IID has put forward is that they're pursuing multiple water supplies, includes the Alamo River, which I think we'll talk about a little bit more, but that one is a more challenging water supply to get and would take more time. They've currently already, within the next few weeks will be ready for delivering water to Vale 4 down here on the bottom. And then the Vale 3 lateral over here is another water supply. These two water supplies on the bottom, so Vale 4 on the bottom and then Vale 3 over here, are much smaller than what we would get in terms of volume. And the big volume would need to come from the Alamo River. As a part of doing any of these water supplies, there's work that needs to be done. There's permanent pump stations that need to be implemented. Electrical line would be a part of that. But I think, again, the whole goal is to have a flexible plan. So something that gets in and does something immediately, but also doesn't prevent U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service or, quite frankly, the IID board from converting to a different BACM in the future.
And just to orient everyone, it's kind of hard to see, but at the bottom, this little blue dot is on the lower left. That's the Vale 4 that you're talking about.
Yep, that's the Vale 4, and then
there's a purple dot up at the right top, and that's Vale 3, I think you said.
Drain. Yep, which is another water supply that IID is looking into using, and then the top is the pump station, the temporary pump station that would connect to the Alamo River.
Can you give us a sense of timelines for doing these projects?
Yeah, so there's some things to consider, right? So I think of it as time to comply, right? This is a violation, and IID has expressed their desire to protect public health, but also comply as quickly as possible. When you look at the two dust control measures, shallow flood and standing vegetation cover, there's a big difference in the amount of water that's needed. And the reason that's important is because for instance, shallow flood, what I've calculated the water duty for complying with what the Air District is proposing, it's about 4,000 acre feet per year needed to meet the compliance obligations that they've set forth. And it's not just that yearly volume that's needed. It's the fact that that it's a ramp up. So unlike Owens Lake, where you don't have to comply during the dust season or outside of the dust season, so you have several months where you can shut everything down and do maintenance, and then augment it back up, start it back up as you get back into the dust season, which is so basically the summertime. You don't have to comply. But here, what's been proposed is that it be compliant 7 days a week. I'm sorry, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And so that requires a significant amount of water and a very, very reliable pump station. But that compares to the standing vegetation cover. So while shallow flood takes about 4,000 acre feet for that site, we know, based on the work that's been done at Salton Sea as well as Owens Lake, that we can establish vegetation much more efficient from a water standpoint. So that first year where additional water is needed to leach the salts and get germination, we need about 800 acre feet for that first year. Once we get germination and get establishment, those plant roots start to connect to the groundwater. We need much less water from a maintenance standpoint, so about 400 acre feet. So there's an order of magnitude difference between the amount of water needed for shallow flood and the amount of water needed for vegetation to maintain that 30% cover that's required. So what that means from a time standpoint is that you can use those smaller water supplies. You can use those effectively to get vegetation established, combined with all the other cultural practices that IID is proposing, that you can comply pretty quickly, versus a shallow flood operation where the only real viable source to comply with those requirements is to get water from the Alamo River.
So just so everyone understands, for the vegetation, we could get water from Vale 4 and Vale 3, which are smaller water sources, but for shallow flood, you're going to have to go to the Alamo River.
Yes. And there's some, I was asked to review the Red Hill Bay plan, and again, I come at it from a science standpoint and from a design requirement standpoint. That's been my role at Owens Lake, and it's been my role here. And what I mean by requirements are, you have to tell the engineers, not only where and when water is needed, But you have to tell them also some of the complications with, for instance, the water supply itself, the Alamo River. And I don't think that these were, I know that these were not taken into account in the pump station design for the Red Hill Bay project. So essentially, the Red Hill Bay project would get water from the Alamo River, and it would be, so if you think about it, there'd be a pipe through the bank and then into the river, and then water would flow from the river in a gravity situation into the sedimentation basins down over here, and then out through a pump station to the project. And so with that type of setup, it requires, if you're going to feed water from a gravity standpoint into those first cells of the sedimentation basin, it requires sort of a pipe that's pretty static. It's set in concrete, right, into the river. And it requires that your river is static from an elevation standpoint. But, understanding these systems and knowing, for instance, that the Salton Sea is receding. And from a geomorphology standpoint, when your water body is receding, the rivers that feed into it will downcut, and they'll continue to downcut, which means that that river will lose elevation. And so what I did here is I just plotted the Alamo River right at the corner of Garst Road, the elevation and the change from 2008. So the blue line is the sea elevation and the change in elevation from 2008. So it's lost about 7+ feet in that time period in terms of it's dropped in elevation. And just like you would expect from a geomorphology standpoint, the river is also downcutting to try to maintain that an equilibrium with the sea elevation. And we all know that the Salton Sea is going to continue to recede, which means this whole process is going to continue. And so, what this means is that if the project had been built as it's envisioned, essentially the water that would gravity into the system the river would already be below that, which would create additional complications, which essentially there wouldn't be water currently available because it's already below that design elevation. And it would require, it's not that it's impossible to deal with this, it's just that it requires providing that additional criteria to the engineers to design a structure in the river to raise the elevation, or design a different type of intake on the river. So again, these are things that we see not necessarily as I guess said differently. We see these as critical elements that need to be considered when you're thinking about how fast can you get water on the site. Using the existing plan, you might be able to build it quickly, but the reality is that there's some pretty significant flaws in the design assumptions for the site.
Thank you, Brian. Mr. Chairman, we've been going for a while now. Would everyone like to take a break? I know I would appreciate a restroom break if it's possible.
Sure, it's 2:45. Let's take a 15-minute break and reconvene at 3 o'clock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hello?
Let's reconvene in this meeting, please, and let me make a statement. We'll go until 4:15 p.m. today, 4:15, to allow us to get out of this building before closing times.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, Mr. Schmidt, when we left off, we were talking about time considerations and water supplies. I want to ask you about some terms you have in this slide. What do you mean by near-term and long-term PM10 reductions?
Yeah, so you can hear me okay, right?
Yes, we can hear you fine, I think.
Perfect. So what I mean by that is, and I think as Julia Lester testified to, BACM takes time, right? It takes time to get these types of control measures on the ground and effective. And so, go to my next slide. At Owens Lake, for example, once order is given for dust control, it's realized that it takes 3 years, for instance, to get shallow flood permitted, designed, constructed, and operational. So it takes a long time. But during that time frame, emissions can occur. And so, again, consistent with IID's proactive dust control program, their goal is to get out there as quickly as possible and do what is feasible to reduce emissions immediately while the BACM longer term control comes online. So as an example, in step 1 of IID's plan, which would include, the land leveling, earthwork, and furrowing, within a few months, at a minimum, there would be 80% control on the site, which means that the emissions would be reduced by at least 80% during that first step. And that's well backed by the data that has been collected over the last several years. Step 2 would be, again, that first step of BACM is to apply and maintain water. So again, the rules require to apply and maintain water, and that would begin in step 2, but it would be focused on the areas that are being vegetated for germination and establishment. So after that kind of first 6-month period where control is implemented, the control efficiency, so the amount of control and reduction in PM10 would start to increase. And by 18 months, we would be, the site will be, we estimate, at 99% control efficiency, which is the number that we've been hearing. And it's consistent with how vegetation performs on other playas. And so in that 18-month period, as part of step 2, 99% control efficiency would be achieved. And then step 3, so from 24 months to 36 months, IID would continue applying water, again, from that maintenance standpoint, to get that vegetation cover increased and to maintain that 30% vegetation cover. So when you think about it, starting with step 1, control up to or exceeding 80% would be on the site immediately, reducing emissions substantially, and then would incrementally increase through step 2 as water is applied to the site and vegetation is established, and then hitting that 99% control efficiency within roughly 18 months, and then continuing to maintain that 99% control efficiency. During that entire time frame, the site would be monitored for performance from a sand motion and sand catch standpoint, monitored for percent cover using remote sensing methods, and adaptively managed and reporting of progress. So, and this compares to just letting the site stay at 0% control efficiency while the plan and the design for the instance, the Red Hill Bay project is being finalized. So using the emissions estimate data, so like we've been talking about, the air quality program has been monitoring and estimating emissions for every part of the playa. And so for this area, on average, the 500 acres that make up the Red Hill Bay project emit about 27 tons per year. So in that 36-month period, 82 tons would be emitted if no dust control was implemented. But with this more aggressive backup plan that IID has put forward, that would be reduced substantially by almost 90% over that 36-month period. And so you go from the potential to emit 82 tons in that 36-month period to 9 tons, less than 10 tons over that 3-year period.
Can you help us put the difference between those two numbers into perspective?
Sure. So if you think about uncontrolled emissions at 82 tons, that would be roughly 4 large semi-trucks full of soil emitted from the site. And that's in an uncontrolled situation. With IID's plan, 9 tons is something a small straight truck, a much smaller straight truck could easily carry and deliver. So significantly less emissions implemented or originating from the site. I think also to put that 82, the uncontrolled emissions into context. So that's again equivalent to about 27 tons per year. And you might wonder, is that a big number relative to other sources? And the answer is no, that's a relatively small number compared to other sources. So that's 27 tons per year versus the entire open area source category, according to Imperial County's emissions estimate, is 212 tons per day. So that, in the big scheme of things, that's a pretty small number. But with IID's plan, reducing that to 9 tons over 3 years is essentially a wheelbarrow a day. So it's a pretty small number.
Can you talk to us about the emissions reductions potentially under, a proposed order that would take about 2 years to implement?
Yeah, and like I said, just assuming it takes at least 2 years, the site would be at 0% control. So instead of getting some control and some benefit of that control from a public health perspective immediately, it would stay at 0% control, and then after 24 months, assuming that everything is complete and some of those issues that we talked about are dealt with, the site would jump up to 99% control. So equivalent to vegetation, it would jump up to 99% control. But because it takes longer during that same 36-month period, there's 55 tons emitted during that time frame based on, again, sort of averages from the annual emissions estimate. So again, it's about a third less emissions than uncontrolled, but still not as aggressive as doing something as quickly as possible.
And so to put that in perspective for everyone, again, using your semi-truck analogy.
Right, so uncontrolled 4 large semis, IID's plan, and that's over, again, a 3-year period. IID's plan reduces that substantially by 90%, just shy of 90%. And the proposed order, again, you'd be at about 55 tons. So you'd have at least 2 large semis and the straight truck. So still a significant amount of emissions in that 36-month period, really because we're not doing anything immediately.
And then assuming that it took longer, you said based on your experience at Owens Lake, it took 3 years to get shallow flood established. Was that correct?
Yeah, well, that's the time frame that's allowed by the air district. Sometimes it takes longer. At times, DWP was not able to meet that 3-year time frame. So it commonly takes longer. So let's just say it takes the 36-month window. So you'd stay at 0% control efficiency, and then you'd bump up to 99% control at the end. Again, that's only a 3% reduction during that entire time averaged window. So you'd still emit 80 tons of the 82. So the longer, I guess my point is that the longer the site stays uncontrolled, the more emissions that occur. And I'll point out that these numbers are estimates, but they're based on modeling that we did that's consistent with how we model the performance of dust control measures from a design standpoint. And it's also based on our experience and the monitoring of the existing dust control measures, both at Salton Sea as well as Owens Lake.
I want to switch gears a little bit and talk about the state implementation plan and the APCD's rules and how the two, relate to each other. Can you tell us a little bit about the plan?
Sure. So again, state implementation plan, or SIP, has four main components. So just like our air quality program, it has an emissions inventory, except it's at a much bigger scale and looking at all the different sources in the airshed. So that emissions inventory sort of categorizes and quantifies the main source categories. And then if those source categories rise to a level of significance, there's a control strategy developed for those. And that control strategy includes the BACM that would be implemented for those source categories. Then based on that control strategy, a control estimate is developed, which basically says, well, if the control strategy is implemented, what would be the reduction in our emissions inventory? And then all that's used to do an attainment demonstration and demonstrate that with the control strategy, the emissions can attain the NAAQS, the air quality standards. So in Imperial County's SIP, their control strategy is their Regulation 8 rules, the fugitive dust rules. And there's 800 through 806. 800 is the general requirements. That's what's I guess we've been talking about, but that's the general requirements for control of particulate matter. Basically the rules, the definitions and the requirements. And then the source categories. So those, I think I said the significant source categories. Each one of those have their own rule and BACM associated with the rule. So for instance, 801, construction earth moving, has its own set of best available control measures that are specific to that source. So the Salton Sea fits under Rule 804, open areas, and has its own set of BACM rules, BACM that are available from a list that can be implemented. And they are, as a part of this entire process, EPA approves the individual rules. And so Rule 804 was, and again, this is straight from the EPA's federal docket, federal registry. The Rule 804 was last adopted or amended by the Air District on September 11th, 2018. During that time, there were some changes made to 804 to allow for alternative BACM and some Salton Sea specific stuff in there. But EPA approved that rule and the BACM associated with that rule on August 29th, 2019. Also, all of this comes from, again, the related approvals to the 2018 redesignation request that was submitted by Imperial County. That EPA approved the redesignation request of their PM10 plan. That was effective on 10/19/2020, and it was a final action to approve the Imperial County redesignation plan.
So I just want to stop you there so that everybody understands and so that I understand too. So what this means is that if you comply with, number one, Rule 804 has been approved by the EPA, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you comply with the Rule 804, then you are in compliance with the EPA's requirements for BACM.
As long as you're meeting those requirements for BACM in 804 and 800.
Got it. Now you mentioned that there was a redesignation by Imperial County in 2018. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. And that redesignation request basically said that, but for emissions from, exceptional events, as well as emissions from Mexico, that the county was in attainment of the federal air quality standards.
Thank you. Sorry about that. As part of that redesignation, were there public comments made, and did the EPA respond to those public comments?
Yeah, there were 3 comments, 1 from a private citizen and 2 from the Torres Martinez tribe.
Can you talk to us about those comments and then also the EPA's response?
Yeah, so I specifically about the public comment from the private citizen. And again, this is taken directly from the Federal Register that contains the redesignation request where EPA responded to the comments. So comment 1, a private citizen commented and contends that air pollution will actually increase as the shoreline of the Salton Sea recedes due to reduced water inflows. They're concerned about particulate matter from the lake bed and that could result in adverse public health impacts, and urges the EPA to include ambitious restoration requirements for the Salton Sea.
And what was EPA's response?
So EPA had a pretty long-winded response, so I kind of broke it up on this page. But they basically said, the commenter was correct that the Salton Sea will recede and that there's the potential for increased emissions from the lake bed, exposed lake bed. They went on to talk about the plan, the Salton Sea Management Plan that was developed in 2017. That's the state's plan. They also talked about the Salton Sea Air Quality Mitigation Program, IID's Salton Sea Air Quality Mitigation Program. But I think, the most important piece is what they say in this last paragraph that I just highlighted here. And they talk about that the district has Rule 804, which requires fugitive dust control on open areas, and it specifically applies to the playa, which we all know. But what they went on to talk about is that in their notice of proposed rulemaking, we explain that Rule 804 provides that all persons who own or otherwise have jurisdiction over an open area are required, with emphasis on required, to choose from a list of best available control measures. And they go on to talk about the current notice of violation, which we're talking about today, and talk about implementing reasonable dust control measures that will reduce airborne dust emissions. They specifically say that while for instance, the specific restoration projects are not part of the Imperial Valley PM10 plan, that 804 allows for the district to ensure that projects implement reasonable dust controls.
And so I just want to emphasize, this is the EPA responding regarding Rule 804 and saying that anyone who owns or has jurisdiction over an open area is to choose among the BACM in Rule 804. Is that correct?
Yep. Yeah, required to choose from the list. And just to be clear, that's very consistent with how, in my experience, on how other air districts implement their BACM. So for instance, on Owens Lake, it's the same thing. If an area is required for control, there's a list of BACM that are available, and any one of them, the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power can choose from to implement. That includes vegetation, it includes shallow flood, it includes gravel, and it includes some variants of those. But those are lists of approved BACM according to their rules.
So I want to talk about Imperial County APCD's rules and the list of BACM that are available to mitigate fugitive dust in open areas. Can you walk us through what Rule 804 provides?
Right. So Rule 804 describes the BACM, and that is the rule for open areas. Section E requirements are to comply with a stabilized surface by applying one or more BACM in F1. So if you go to F1, right, and F1, well, let's go to E1 first, which is the requirements. So basically, any person, just like what the EPA said, has jurisdiction over an open area shall comply with one or more requirements of section F1 to comply with the conditions of a stabilized surface. So if you go down to F1, the first sentence says any combination of BACM and alternative BACM is permissible. So F1A through C, F1A is apply and maintain water. Notice that doesn't say shallow flood. It says apply and maintain water to all unvegetated areas. It says establish vegetation on all previously disturbed areas. And C says pave and apply or maintain gravel or chemical stabilizers. So F1D is the alternative BACM, and this is not available right now. But this is what IID has been working closely with the district on developing and been implementing, all the way when Brad Porras was the APCO, a series of studies to ultimately, if they're successful, do an alternative BACM application and seek approval from both the Air District and EPA. But that has not been completed, and that is not what IID is proposing. What they're proposing to do is F1B, establish vegetation on all previously disturbed areas.
And so, Brian, just to clarify, with respect to A, B, and C of F1, you can pick one, you can pick two, or you can do some combination of them. Is that correct?
That's what it says. And that's, like I said, very consistent with, for instance, how the rules are implemented, for instance, at Owens Lake. Like I said, the list is very similar at Owens Lake, slightly different terminology, but once an order for dust control is made, it's up to the regulated entity to choose which BACM they want to implement, and then provide the plan for implementation of that BACM.
Now, I want to ask you about the definition of a stabilized surface for purposes of Rule 804. Can you talk to us about Rule 800 and what a stabilized surface means?
Yeah, so you really have to read the two rules together, right? Because 804 outlines sort of high level the BACM, but 800 is really where the meat and potatoes are, so to speak, of the criteria for the BACM. So it's what defines, for instance, the requirements, the criteria for instance, vegetation. So if you go to Rule 800, section C.37 defines a stabilized surface. So C37 is over here on the right. And if you just read it, any disturbed surface area or bulk storage pile that is resistant to wind-blown dust emissions. A surface is considered to be stabilized if it meets at least one of the following conditions specified in this section, and is determined by the test methods that are in Appendix B, sections A through D, and D through G test of this rule. So again, sort of first, the BACM that are available. Second, 800 tells you the criteria for that BACM. So for instance, if you use a flat vegetation cover, which is something that has been worked on at Owens Lake, at Owens Lake, this is Disticulus spicata. This is a native saltgrass on the managed veg site at Owens Lake. And that's a flat, it's like a sod forming cover, right? So it protects by it reduces erosion by protecting the surface.
It's
and
like
therefore,
a carpet, to put it in layman's terms.
Sod or carpet, whatever you want to call it. But because there's no height to it, a higher percent cover is needed. So a 50% cover is needed. What IID is proposing is to use one of the other vegetation cover requirement or categories, which is what is called standing vegetation cover by the rule. So something that's more vertical, right, has height to it. And the reason IID is choosing to use this type of vegetation is because that's it's native and it's already expanding onto the playa. Two, that's where all the work has been done at the Salton Sea in terms of the types of vegetation and what is, can be efficiently and effectively implemented. But because it's tall, right? So these plants, this is in this photo, this is Sueda nigra, and then this little guy, this other one over here is Allen Rolfia. They can grow a meter tall. So they provide control by not only covering the surface, but by sheltering the adjacent soil that's next to it. So it's well recognized both in the literature and then in the rule that because it's a bigger plant and it's protecting things on average 10 times its height, so downwind, which is a pretty good rule of thumb. So if it's a meter tall, it's protecting the surface 10 meters next to it. And so 30% cover, according to the rule, is needed. The rule also goes on to talk about a lower percent cover of 10%, but non-erodible elements. That's not something that IID is proposing at this time. They're proposing to maintain and establish and then maintain the 30% cover.
I want to ask you, there's been a lot of questions about, you know, is it in the rules anywhere about furrow irrigation? Is it in the rules anywhere about furrows? Do the rules dictate how you establish vegetation?
No, they're silent on that. And that's, again, consistent with my experience at other playa situations. So the SIP and the rule define the BACM and the criteria. So again, BACM is vegetation. The criteria is standing cover of 50% or standing cover of 30%. It's also apply and maintain water. But what it's silent on is how you achieve that, right? So it'd be like telling a farmer that he has to meet it, you know, grow his crop and dictating to him his cultural practice of how to implement it. It's not something that's usually done. What's important in the BACM component and the criteria is that the criteria are appropriate, and in this case, EPA approved. The flat vegetation cover of 50% that's in the rule and the flat cover of 30%. But how the cultural practices, right? And what I mean by cultural practices are how you irrigate, how you distribute water, your techniques for establishing vegetation. So whether you use transplants, whether you use, you know, seed, how you fertilize. The rule and the BACM are silent on that because all they care about is that you get the cover criteria at the end of the day. And so it's really up to the regulated entity to look at their site and get that, use the cultural practices that they feel are most appropriate to achieve the BACM as quickly as possible.
So can you give us some examples of different ways that you could establish vegetation and apply and maintain water?
Right, so I'll just, again, I have a extensive history on Owens Lake. I'll just use that as an example. So here's what are called level contour basins to distribute water to get vegetation to grow. Now, it's important to point out, there isn't a BACM rule of level contour basins and vegetation. It's vegetation. This is one technique to get the vegetation established. There's also gated pipe furrow irrigation vegetation. It's not a BACM category. The BACM category is vegetation. How water is distributed on the site and used to establish the vegetation is up to the regulated entity. But here's an example of gated pipe furrows. Drip irrigated shrubs, linear shrubs. That's, again, a form of vegetation. Sprinkler irrigated broadbeds with furrows, right? So here's the furrows. This again is at Owens Lake. It's a vegetation site. There's furrows, there's broadbeds, furrow, broadbed. Very similar to what IID is proposing. In terms of, you know, minus the sprinklers, we're planning to flood irrigate. But this concept, again, pulls together multiple cultural practices to get that vegetation established as effectively as possible on those site-specific conditions. Here's an example of a shallow flood. Again, shallow flood has, from a cultural practice standpoint, there's it's all shallow flood from a Backham standpoint, but DWP.
Okay, can you stop, please, just for a second? I really want to object. We've heard the same thing for the last 3.5 hours over and over and over again. And it's just cumulative, which is generally not permitted. So I would request that if this witness has something new to say, let's hear it, and then let's proceed with the hearing. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I respond to that, please?
Sure.
We had an entire day of the APCD putting on their case and repeating things. Mr. Schmidt is not repeating anything. He's explaining the different ways that you can establish vegetation. We can go through the PowerPoint again, but I don't remember him covering alfalfa risers, sprinkler beds, gated furrows anywhere else in the presentation. So I would ask a little leniency for us to tell our story now. It's our opportunity. We're actually almost done. I have, one more slide and a couple of exhibits before I'll ask the board to put the exhibits in. So I'd ask that we please allow Mr. Schmidt, who was in the middle of answering, to explain the different methods for establishing vegetation. Please.
Okay, I will allow a couple more slides and a few other issues. So for the next 15 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Schmidt, can you please continue with your explanation?
Yeah, and then the last one I'll just show is, for instance, large furrow flood irrigation. Again, these are all different cultural practices, but it's the same, either shallow flood Backham or vegetation-based Backham.
And I want to ask you a question based on your experience at Owens Lake. Is that a more hostile environment to establishing vegetation?
It is. So Owens Lake, the salinities are much higher than at Salton Sea. And on top of that, the groundwater is toxic to plants. So what you have is essentially the surface soil is significantly more saline. And then the subsurface, the water that is very close to the surface has to be removed or drained because it is so saline. Basically sits on a clay layer and concentrates and has high boron concentration. So that all has to be removed. So there's a significant amount of work that needs to be done to get vegetation established. And that's very different than the Salton Sea, where yes, we still at the Salton Sea have a surface that is very saline, but as you go down in depth, it actually gets much less saline and gets to the point where when you get to the groundwater is actually very good quality. And the plants can use that. So it's a much more amenable site and situation than Owens Lake to get vegetation established.
And while we're talking about Owens Lake, I want to ask you about an exhibit that petitioner introduced. It's petitioner's exhibit 67.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with that document?
I am. I was one of the authors of it.
And this was the managed vegetation Backham proposal, correct?
Correct.
Can you please summarize what that proposal was actually about?
Sure, absolutely. So I think it's best to put that into perspective of the timeline of vegetation establishment at Owens Lake and when that proposal and what that proposal was. So at Owens Lake, construction of the original managed vegetation, which was 2,200 acres of vegetation, started in 2002. At that time, just like here in Imperial County, the requirement for vegetation by the SIP was 50% flat vegetation cover, and that equated to 99% control. So DWP, Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, chose when they were ordered to do dust control that a portion of the site, about 2,200 acres, would be this flat vegetation cover, and it was designed to try to meet that 50% cover requirement. The good thing is that while construction started in 2002, everybody, including the Air District, agreed that control at 99% was achieved by 2004. But the problem is that significantly less than 50% cover existed on the site, right? So although the site was working and everybody agreed that 99% control had been achieved, when compared to the SIP, there was less than 50% cover. And not only was there less than 50% cover, there were some bare areas. So there were acres within the 2,200 acre site that had zero vegetation. And so between 2004 and 2006, there was additional controls required on the lake bed. There was litigation, and then there was a settlement agreement in 2006. That settlement agreement, the parties agreed, among other things, to do the new control, but they also agreed to work together to change the cover requirement for the existing managed veg site. And it specifically required what was called an operations and maintenance plan, an O&M plan, and that O&M plan would include how much cover was on the site in 2004, would allow for a method for establishing how you measure cover, change in the method, and it allowed for it allowed for a change in the total cover from 50% to what was on the site in 2004, which on average was 37%. It allowed for bare areas, and it changed the method for assessing compliance. And the reason I know that is because I authored it with Dr. John Dickey. And this is a letter from the air pollution control officer at the time, which is Ted Shady, where he says that the plan has been approved and that the enforcement tool that was developed in the O&M plan would be used to enforce the managed vegetation. So basically, what LADWP on the existing site could now operate at less than 50% cover and not get fined by the air district and for the existing site.
And just real quickly, I want to identify for the record that this letter is been identified as Exhibit 126. And so now let's briefly talk about Exhibit 67, which was the proposal.
Right. So what the O&M plan did is it said, okay, for the existing site, you can have less than 50% cover, right? You need to have what was in 2004. But what it didn't allow is for any new vegetation areas, right? So there, in between 2008 and 2010, there were additional orders for control, and LADWP wanted to, use vegetation, but because the official BACM description had not been changed, it would have to have that 50% cover. So we worked with the air district at the time to develop what was provided as Exhibit 67, which again, I was one of the main authors with John Dickey and Mark Schaaf, basically it's a modification proposal of the existing managed veg BACM description in the 2008 SIP. So contrary to what was, portrayed as what this document was, this was actually a document that was completed 8 years after vegetation had been constructed on the site. It was not to prove that 50% cover would work. It was to say that less cover is needed, and here's why, the rule should be changed. And that was approved in 2011. This is Ted's, who's the air pollution control officer at the time, his letter to the governing board requesting to change the managed veg description for the SIP.
And just for identification purpose, that's been marked as Exhibit 127. So I want to summarize all of this because I know it's been a long couple of hours for everyone. So based on your experience, can vegetation be established at the Red Hill Bay project area?
Absolutely.
And does establishment of vegetation in the manner that we are proposing comply with the APCD's rules?
We are taking the rule exactly as it's written. We're proposing nothing less than 30% cover out on the site.
And would establishing vegetation prevent the Red Hill Bay project or any other project from happening in the future?
Absolutely not. And I think that's one of the important things. Again, I'll draw on my experience from Owens Lake. In 2009, shallow flood was delayed in terms of being implemented. And so on 9 square miles, emergency tillage was completed and then flooding after that. And it actually increased the amount of bird use on all of those shallow flood areas. Because what it did is it provided essentially a lot of shoreline on those ridges, and the birds loved it. And now, as LADWP is redesigning some of their shallow flood facilities, they're actually going to purposefully till and do something that replicates that because it has such a significant habitat component.
And our plan for establishing vegetation with the immediate furrowing and applying water will have a more immediate impact on public health than waiting 2 years for a water source to be procured from the Alamo River and completion of the proposed order, correct?
Is my opinion that it's much more aggressive and reduces emissions to the extent reasonable and feasible immediately.
The other question I want to ask you, and this goes back to the videos we watched earlier from June 5th and June 18th and June, the June timeframe where there were stability tests performed. Those stability tests, just to emphasize, were not on the Red Hill Bay project area, correct?
As far as we can tell, again, no information was provided, right? So as far as we can tell, there was nobody on the Red Hill Bay project itself. All the activity was on the 003 and 004 parcel outside of the Red Hill Bay project.
And that was the area where you had dust emissions that IID has already gone out to do the first step in establishing vegetation, which is the furrowing, correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
Now, I want to show you one last exhibit. It's your CV. It's been marked as exhibit 109.
You want to show it?
Yes, I'm gonna show it. Just give me one moment. Go ahead and take a moment to review that.
Yep.
Does this appear to be a true and correct copy of your CV or resume?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I would like to move some exhibits into evidence now, if I may. I'd like to start with exhibit 109 that we're looking at, which is Mr. Schmidt's CV or resume.
Sure. Accepted.
I'd also like to move into evidence exhibit number 104. Those are the 2D maps that were shown during Mr. Schmidt's presentation.
Accepted.
I'd also like to move exhibits 110 through 112 into evidence. Those are the videos from June 5th and the other 2 dates, which I can't repeat, the 18th and the 20th of June that were played during Mr. Schmidt's presentation.
They're all accepted.
I'd also like to move number 113 and number 114 in. Number 113 is the fly-in or aerial video that Mr. Schmidt put together for his presentation.
Yeah, they're accepted.
And then number 114 is the presentation itself, which we've provided an electronic copy of.
It's accepted.
Number 125. This was in Mr. Schmidt's presentation. This is the official federal register with the EPA's comments, public comment and EPA's responses regarding the 2018 redesignation request.
That's accepted too.
And then I believe the last two, let me just check my list here. The last two would be numbers 126 and 127, which we just looked at. Those are the 2 letters that Mr. Schmidt was referencing in regard to Petitioner's Exhibit 67.
Those both accepted.
I have no further questions at this time. Thank you, Mr. Schmidt.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schmidt. I'm going to be asking you some questions. The first thing I'd like to do is, do you remember in your presentation, there was a document that showed the Red Hill Bay project? I can't tell the number, but it says IID RHB Backham Plan, and it basically describes what IID's proposal is. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm going to focus first on the box that came up. And it looked to me as if the plan is to have 30 feet of dirt, basically furrows, then 30 feet of some vegetation, and then 30 feet of furrows again. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
30
And
feet.
did you hear Miss Hume's her testimony?
I did.
Okay. And do you remember in that testimony when I was asking her about this project, her saying that every part of it, including the furrows, was going to be vegetated?
There'll be, yes, I didn't remember her saying that.
Okay, so I want to know for the record, which is correct? The description of the project by Ms. Humes or your description of the project?
Yeah, my description of the project. So can I explain?
No. I'm asking you a number of yes or no questions. Has this combination of 30 feet of furrows, 30 feet of vegetation, and 30 feet of furrows, et cetera, has that been implemented anywhere?
It's very similar to the Phase 7A broadbeds at Owens Lake.
I'm asking you if this has been implemented anywhere, and it sounds like your answer is no.
Objection, asked and answered.
He did not answer my question.
He said, yes, it's been implemented at Owens Lake. You said anywhere.
He said a similar project. I'm asking if this project that you are proposing to the Air District has been implemented anywhere, this exact project.
This exact project has not been implemented, but similar projects have been.
Thank you. That's all I was asking, was about whether or not there were a project. So that then therefore it would be true that no one has tried this project out at the Salton Sea.
We've tried very similar components at the Salton Sea on.
But you haven't done this 30 feet, 30 feet, 30 feet, 30 feet, et cetera. Is that correct?
It's very similar to what.
No, I'm not asking you whether it's similar. If you would please give me a yes or no answer. That's what I'm entitled to.
No.
Okay. You also showed some emission estimates. Let me get my notes here. You showed us some emission estimates, water estimates, a timeline with respect to your conclusions. Is that correct?
I did.
Okay. And you never discussed what the assumptions are that went into those analysis. Is that true?
I'm not sure what you mean.
I'm talking about assumptions like how much exact water, where it was located, how deep it was, all the assumptions that go into an analysis. You didn't share that with us. Isn't that true?
I have them.
Okay, but did you share them with us?
I shared portions of them. I shared the annual water duty that would be needed to achieve it, both in terms of the original amount needed during the establishment phase and then the maintenance phase, 800 acre feet.
Yes.
And 400 acre feet.
You showed us the conclusions, but did you explain to us what went into those conclusions that you showed to us?
What I explained was that numerous studies have been done, both at Salton Sea and Owens Lake, and that we have a really good handle on how to establish vegetation. And we use that information to continue to learn and implement and get vegetation established as quickly as possible.
Okay, but you never disclosed to us what assumptions out of those studies you use. So it could be a non-peer reviewed study. We have no idea anything about these studies that you use to come to your conclusions. Isn't that correct?
It's on the ground information combined with years of experience.
Okay, so you haven't answered my question. Could you answer the actual question that I asked?
Sure. So it will require 4 feet of water in the area where vegetation is being established.
That's not what I'm asking you. I've said you presented to us a bunch of conclusions about how much water you think is needed, how long is it going to take for the plants to grow, what's the emission reduction estimates? And would you agree that in order to come up with those conclusions, you have to make some assumptions about things, right?
Sure.
Okay. And you did not disclose in your presentation what all those assumptions were that you used to come up with your conclusions. Isn't that true?
We'd be here for the next couple days.
I just need to know yes or no. Did you or did you not?
I did not, but I'm happy to.
Okay, that's and wouldn't you agree that if you make different assumptions, you're going to end up with a different result?
I suppose if you make different assumptions, yes, you could come up with a different result.
And did you use any models to come up with these? Let's start with emission estimates.
We use the annual emission estimates that have been published and are publicly available for the last 3 years to estimate the emissions from that area.
Okay, but did you use a model to come up with the assumption for how much the emission reductions were going to be from shallow flooding versus vegetation?
We did not model shallow flooding. It's well known what that control efficiency is. But yes, we did use a model for two things, both a model and actual on the site information on the reduction for the first step.
And the on-site information that you used, is that from the Salton Sea?
That's correct.
Okay, and is that representative, that area representative of the conditions at Red Hill Bay?
The surface roughening would certainly be representative, and the vegetation with the data that we have is actually from a much lower percent cover.
Okay, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you about basically soil conditions. So did you identify a place at the Salton Sea that has the same soil conditions that are at Red Hill Bay?
I guess I'm confused. Can you restate the question, please?
Sure. So you were talking about the fact that you have an on-the-ground project, and we were talking about that. And so what I'm asking you is that, first of all, are the soil conditions the same, exact same all around the Salton Sea?
No, they're not.
Okay. So when you were putting this project together, were the soil conditions for the vegetation the same soil conditions at Red Hill Bay?
When we considered the soil, so we went out and we pulled soil cores from the Red Hill Bay site to understand what the salinity was, as well as the texture, so that we could understand how much water we would need to irrigate to reduce the salinity to get vegetation established.
So my question is, where you put the vegetation, your vegetation project, was that in an area that had similar soil characteristics to Red Hill Bay?
So
it's just a yes or no.
We have vegetation in similar conditions to the Red Hill Bay project, yes.
So you're saying that the soil conditions were essentially the same between the Red Hill Bay project area and wherever this project is, this vegetation project?
They're similar, yes. They're not necessarily, like we talked about, there's heterogeneity and there's differences. But the whole purpose of the plot vegetation studies were to pick bookend soils at different locations around the sea. So we could answer the question that you're posing.
Well, actually, I would assume that bookends means that you were
Well,
going to a place that had
sandy,
high and low.
A sandy, a clay, and it's something in between.
Okay. And which kind of soil is at Red Hill Bay?
Red Hill Bay, it's very heterogeneous. There are some portions of the site that are sandy, and there are other portions of the site that are more silt loams and have if you go out there, you'll see big heads like cracks, and that's a sign that that they have more clay in them.
Okay. I want to go back to the modeling, because that was the other thing that you had identified. And I would like you to tell me, what is the performance accuracy of the model that you used?
Again, it's a design model, right? So it's the SWEEP, single wind event erosion prediction system that we use. It's been developed by the USDA ARS. It's been used at Owens Lake. It's been used on many different sites. It gives us an idea of what the control efficiency will be, and then we take that into account when we're spacing our vegetation and our whole site, so that we get close to what we think will work at the end of the day.
Okay, Mr. Schmidt, I'm going to ask you to kind of focus on what my questions are, because I don't think we want to continue this hearing over and over again. So if we could be concise to my question. So my question, which was not answered, is what is the performance accuracy of the model?
I would have to go back and look, but there's, like I said, several studies, so I don't know off the top of my head.
So you don't know if the model accuracy is 20% or 50%. Is that true?
I know that it's more than 20%. I just don't know the exact number off the top of my head.
Is it more than 50%?
I would say yes.
And so what percent is it?
Like I said, I don't know off the top of my head, but I'm happy to get that answer for you.
So basically, you have presented us with your emission estimates and water estimates and a timeline based on a model that you do not know the efficiency of. You do not know the performance efficiency of, right?
It's been well documented, and it's a well-established, peer-reviewed model that has been used across the country and on similar environments. I'm
going to interrupt you, Mr. Schmidt, because that's not answering my question. And I'm trying to keep this narrow so that we can be done quicker. So if you could answer my question, you basically, as you're sitting here right now, you do not know what the performance accuracy of the model that you used to sit here and inform us on the water estimates, on emission reduction, on direct emissions, and on the timeline. Isn't that true?
Objection. Asked and answered and argumentative.
He has not answered my question. That's why I had to ask it. So
he had said he does not know off the top of his head, but he's happy to get you that number.
I don't want that number from him after this. I'm asking him as he sits here today. Okay. Does he know, I'm sorry, as he sits here today, Mr. Schmidt does not know what the model efficiency is he used to determine the water estimates, the emission reduction potential of the controls, the excess emissions, and the timeline. So Mr. Schmidt, can you answer that question for me, please?
And I'm going to renew my objection that this has been asked and answered and is argumentative.
He has not answered it. Would you please let the witness answer the question?
Mr. Schmidt, is a yes or no? Can you provide that? And can you let us know how long it will take you to find that answer that she's looking for at this time?
Yeah, and
How
I just
long?
don't want to give you the wrong number, Chairman.
I
So
understand that. Can you answer to her yes or no? And let me know how long it will take you to find the answer of what accuracy is.
it'll take me a couple minutes and a phone call to get that information.
I'm asking you though, as you're sitting here today, right now, you
I
gave
believe,
us this
I believe it
entire,
was 80% on Owens Lake when it was calibrated for the Moten Row control efficiency study using on-the-ground information.
so it was
would
able
like
to
to
be
check that.
calibrated because you had,
It wasn't calibrated, it was validated, sorry.
and who validated it?
It was validated between Los Angeles Department of Water and Power and the Air District there.
And you're
As
claiming
Sandcat.
that the model of, that the model performance is 80%. Is that correct?
Or greater, but again, I am
Okay,
happy.
that's all I need to know.
County Council, you still want him to find the answer?
No.
No? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Schmidt.
You also were talking about specific BACM. Isn't it true that EPA approves the specific BACM in order to establish what the effectiveness should be? Because once one area like Maricopa gets 85% on chemical stabilization, then everybody who has this similar kind of issue needs to show that their BACM is going to get that same number. Isn't that correct?
I don't believe that's correct.
And so how does you're stating that EPA does not approve, give guidance on specific BACM combinations?
They certainly provide guidance, but if you look at Maricopa County, if you look at Imperial County, if you look at the San Joaquin Valley, their rules are almost identical, and the BACM are identical across.
That's not what I'm asking. So again, if we could just center on my questions. If we could look at Exhibit 67, you testified to that document. 67 is the managed vegetation BACM proposal that was prepared for LADWP.
Yep.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did we lose him?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so you used this study, which is, I don't know how many pages, it's really long, to determine the effectiveness of vegetation up at Owens Lake. Is that correct?
This document was used to change the SIP approved 50% cover to something less.
So this document doesn't have any information in it to determine the effectiveness of vegetation. Is that what you're saying?
No, it does. It has attachments that demonstrate that actually much less than the 30% cover that was approved is needed.
That's not what I'm asking. If we could keep your response concise, then we can get through this much quicker. So your testimony is that this document does provide sufficient information to determine the effectiveness of vegetation. Is that true?
It is a document that has both methods and performance results from the existing managed veg site at Owens Lake.
Did you use this document, Exhibit 67, to come up with your estimates for emissions for managed vegetation?
What? Can you repeat that question, please?
Sure. Did you use the information in Exhibit 67 to come up with the emission reduction information that you presented to us today?
No.
I'm sorry, what was that?
No.
Okay. And with respect to Backham up at Owens Lake, isn't it correct that the way it works is that Great Basin Unified Air Pollution Control District issues an order to LADWP informing LADWP as to what the Backham mitigation is going to be?
Incorrect.
So they do not issue an order to tell LADWP what the Backham is?
They issue an order that Backham is required, but DWP has the choice to choose from the list of Backham to implement.
I also worked up at Owens Lake too, as well.
I mean, I talked to
I guess what I'm asking you is Great Basin, once they determine a problem, they issue an order. In the order, it has increments of progress, and it specifies when you have what you have to do and when. Isn't that correct?
That's correct, but it's based on what the
that's
Los
all I'm
Angeles
asking
Department of
you.
Water and Power.
I'm asking you just yes or no. Please don't continue after that. Are you an air quality regulator?
No.
Have you ever been an air quality regulator? I can't hear you.
I have not been an air quality regulator.
Okay. And so your experience that you're talking about is based on representing regulated entities strictly. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you hear the testimony on the first day from the inspectors about the class that the inspectors take in order to be able to understand how to enforce air district regulations?
The opacity class?
Not the opacity, the other class that they were stating they took.
I don't recall what class you're talking about.
Okay. Have you ever taken a class offered by California Air Resources Control Board to help you determine whether or not something is in compliance with air district regulations?
No, I have not taken a
Okay,
specific
perfect.
class.
Thank you. I'm just trying to get to the main issues here.
You have 5 more minutes of questioning and then we'll
Okay.
recess.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you giving me a time warning. Now, you were showed EPA's Federal Register notice approving Imperial County's SIP. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in that document, did EPA approve of IID's dust control plans? Did they say we approve what IID wants to do?
They did not.
Okay.
That was not the purpose of the redesignation.
I'm not asking you to add. Please do not add. So is surface roughening in Rule 804?
It's not.
Okay. And when you were talking about surface roughening in your testimony, were you also meaning the furrows that IID is proposing?
Yes, they perform 2 functions.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact that furrows and tilling, those kind of activities are actually regulated by Air District Rule 806?
In the conservation measures?
Yes. Okay. And would you agree that the reason they're regulated is because these activities, tilling, surface roughening, they cause emissions PM10 emissions in the air. Is that correct?
Tillage for seed bed preparation, where it pulverizes the soil, causes emissions and is regulated. That's very different than what the primary tillage of surface roughening.
So are you saying that surface roughening is accomplished by tillage?
It's accomplished by a form of tillage, but there's different types of tillage.
And to your understanding, has EPA approved of a tillage surface roughening furrow project in the Salton Sea area?
We're not proposing a tillage surface roughening project. What we're proposing is a vegetation backum.
Okay, well, but part of that vegetation backum, wouldn't you agree, are those 30 feet of furrows on either side of your vegetation proposal? Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so we're talking about that 30 feet. And I had previously asked you, and correct me if I've got this wrong, that your proposal, this furrow proposal, is a form of surface roughening.
It's a
Is
vegetation.
that true?
It's a vegetation backum.
Okay, I'm not asking about the vegetation part. I'm asking about the 30 feet of the furrows. That's what I'm asking about.
Okay.
Are those 30 feet of furrows, is that a form of surface roughening?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is there going to be tillage-like activities in order to create the furrows?
There will be.
Okay.
Just like any time you implement.
Thank you. That's all I need. I just need you to respond to those issues. I just want to see if I don't want to start a whole new area of asking questions. So I'm just looking to see. Okay, I think if it's okay with the board, given that we're just a couple minutes out of 4:15, and I think if I start in any one of my areas, it's going to be like, it's a longer period of time. So if I could continue my cross-exam at the next meeting.
Sure.
And then I was going to ask the board if we could possibly schedule a date. And the reason is that we have to do a public notice, a new public notice, every single time we don't establish the date. So we don't continue this hearing to another date. And that requires 10 days, 2 days to get to the newspaper. And so I'm trying to not make this like go into late March.
Oh, today is the 19th, and it is very difficult for me to give you a date because I don't know the schedule of the other hearing board members. Like today, the doctor is not present. So we will try to give you a date as early as next week as possible.
That is so great. And thank you. I just thought I would ask, but thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, before we conclude, can I raise a couple of issues, please?
Sure, go ahead.
First, I'd like to ask that we be given a copy of Exhibit 68, which was the videos played. I don't believe we've been given that previously. So if someone could please send us to that we would appreciate that.
Sure, I'll direct that to be sent to them, please.
Yeah, it's available on YouTube.
The
videos on YouTube.
No.
I don't have the cut version that you played today. I would like to have that exact version for when I do further questioning, please.
I'll send you the link, but just so you know, and just so the public, sorry.
Yes, please come to the microphone, and if you're kind enough to do some mitigations and to presentations and stuff, if you can please send them the version to even is available in YouTube.
Yes, and what I was trying to say was to the public, it's on YouTube. And what we can do is send you the YouTube link. It's the exact one that that was presented here. Okay.
Thank you.
Any
And
other-
yes, Mr. Chairman, one other item. We had previously requested subpoenas to Mr. Chris Schoeneman to appear and testify at these proceedings, and also to obtain a copy of the field notes of Mr. Chris DeMarco. And so we would reiterate our request to get subpoenas for the next hearing date for those two items to happen.
For that, I'm going to defer to the board county council to answer those questions, please.
Thank you, Mr.
Can I
Chairman.
speak on one of the
Just
subpoenas?
let
Okay,
Council.
sorry.
Thank you, council. And I did receive your message 2 days ago. I gave the council time to object. I'm expecting maybe objections, and you can object, but that was only 2 days. Basically, it wasn't enough time. I reviewed the health and safety code and hearing board procedures which apply to subpoenas. Board members also have a discretion under the health and safety code there. Generally, it goes by the Code of Civil Procedure and Civil Actions, which talks about an attorney at law. And here we have attorneys that represent both parties. So I would recommend that the attorneys go ahead and file subpoenas for personal appearance or ducis tecum, as you had referred to. Judicial council forms may be used. You know, you have requirements like personal service, reasonable amounts of time. It's generally 10 to 15 days. And possible government employee witness fees or possibly federal requirements on top of that for subpoenas. So I would I think the chairman is in favor of allowing the attorneys to file subpoenas in these matters.
Could I seek a clarification from you? So I'd like to know if we disagree with one of the subpoenas because of the fact that it's requesting notes of an ongoing enforcement action, which are clearly not discoverable. If we have that objection, they decide to do that, then how long do we have to write our objection to that? When would you like our objection to be filed?
Well, you can follow the timeline on the judicial council forms, but the board will certainly consider any objections. And I think that that was referring to a subpoena ducis tecum that was way before in December. So you could certainly file those or records requests. And as to you mentioned that you requested a subpoena of one of the parties. One of the people that had submitted a public comment. And I was interested if that person would voluntarily choose to come to these proceedings, since they did file letters or comment letters. So you might look into that option as well. One more thing as to the next hearing date, was that ever determined?
Not yet.
I think that would have to go through the clerk of the board and may require another full public noticing if we can't, if we can't establish the date today.
Right.
So that's what I would recommend.
And just if I could get further clarification, once IID's attorneys file their subpoena requests, how many days do we have to object to that before a decision is made?
Again, I would refer to the judicial council forms and the forms that are used. Are you referring to the subpoena for documents?
Yes.
Just to clarify, if it helps, we're interested in the document that's referenced as an attachment to the notice of violation. I cannot imagine that that is a privileged document when it was meant to be attached to a notice of violation.
You're misreading. It was never meant to be attached, and the Air District never provides those documents. And you had an opportunity when the inspectors were here to ask them information about that, but you chose not.
I did ask them information, and you objected on the basis of privilege. It was Mr. DeMarco who I asked if he'd done notes. He said yes.
Well, I'm going to
I asked-
object to your subpoenas. I just want to know, I was just asking how long. And so
Yeah,
now
so-
I
Yeah,
understand.
so I think the hearing board is interested in hearing this at the next hearing.
Okay.
But we're not in possession of any of those records. So
Right.
we won't take any particular action, but we'll hear both sides at the next hearing.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Is any other questions?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Meeting adjourned. We'll see you guys in future date.
Thank you.